far am I behind?
Welcome back to another Linux Gamecast Weekly, the show that covers the latest Linux gaming news, reviews, how-tos, and most importantly, whatever the hell else we come up with. This week, oh my god, Arma 3 comes to Linux! Exclamation! I'm kidding. It's another non-native wrap port from our friends at Virtual Programming. Intel demos Vulkan. It's quite the shocker, and don't expect Steam Boxins to suspend a goddamn thing. Yeah, they don't speak suspend. In what?
Valve wants you to get the big picture, and so they pushed out a new update. Epic arms their engine, dips their fingers in a little bit of STL, and Iculus wants to learn you something. Welcome to Vulcan Kindergarten.
Malware. People finally found Greenlight. Makes you wonder who Valve's quote-unquote hands-off approach is really helping. NVIDIA gets a new stable driver, and I personally need to learn to read instead of just skimming. Finally, Obsidian screws the pooch. I had almost forgotten why I hate them.
I'm Ben Stone here at LGC Actual in Athens, switching the bits, doing this nightmare fuel, and all the way in Canadian land, our team, Canadian.
Oh, hi, eh?
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 Bye.
And I'm drunk, so you can take a shot.
That's brilliant. And together with the Shatrel Dynamic, joining us live in the Shatrels, we form a bit of a cocaine Voltron. Before we get started, before we get into this, we like to see what's going on in each other's life organs. I'm going to go first since I actually broke down and got caught up on Rick and Morty. It's pretty good.
Oh.
I liked it. If you're
Cool.
on the fence, just
Yeah,
watch
what
it.
up?
Oh.
It's Doctor Who.
Oh, my nigga!
What
up, my nigga?
Might also be joking around with the
It's good, man.
Unities. Well, you might hear a bit more about that in the upcoming.
We just
weeks.
watched
What's up,
Captain
baby?
N.
Yeah, what do you
What's
call it?
that
Rick and Morty
about?
is basically Doctor Who if the Doctor
One of
was
the
a
worst
flat-functioning alcoholic,
Nintendo-related
which I think really
cartoons
speaks
you
to
could
the-
ever
No,
watch.
it's Fan Expo this week.
Way
Ah.
worse than the Mega Man
Go
show.
over there and press some flesh
Oh,
for
man,
Linux
that was a
Gamecast
really,
to see what
really
kind of
bad.
cool indie shit is up. And apparently there's none. No one
We
actually
apparently-
actually
That
had a
booger.
Linux game.
Oh,
So I
that's
decided to go to the
Boogeyman,
Intel Pavilion to see
Boogerman.
if they had
Never
anything interesting regarding
We
Steam
finally
boxes.
watched it.
Nothing!
I mean, you can
In
see it
fact,
on Discord.
When I
It's
tried
there.
to find a technical person,
Oh, yeah.
the only person they had there was a second-year university computer science intern, and who went like full deer cotton headlights when I brought up the i965 driver. He's just like, what? So I realized this is like getting blood from a stone, man. Pedro, you're
Wait,
notoriously-
I thought you got a picture.
Oh yes, that's true. I got a picture. I found a Unicorn Wizard and Princess handjob cosplayer.
Sweet.
So I had to get a photo of that. I could not get some FaceTime with Mike Tyson or Phil Lamar, which kind of made me sad. Though if I'm gonna see if I can talk to Rob Picardo tomorrow because his booth is dead and I feel bad for him. I want to see if I can steal the hat from Inner Space. But yeah, Pedro, what's going on with you?
I got new glasses, and they came with new prescription sunglasses. So yeah, that was
Did
that.
they also come with an unmarked white van?
Unfortunately, not. It was just 350 euros out of my bank account. Just poof, gone.
Well, enough about that free candy. What's on the horse this week, baby?
The horse is getting a bit inflated. Apparently, there are some AAA titles, so it's starting to bloat. It's our Steamers! Oh my god, it's almost as if when AAA games get released on Linux, our numbers go up, and that's what the Steam Hardware Survey seems to support. We gain some, what was it in this guy
Not
right
0.7.
here? Yeah, not 0.07, percentage.
So we are almost back at 1%, huh?
Yeah, we are almost back to being the 1%. We had Shadow of Mordor and Company of Heroes, and I think those were the only two AAA releases this month. But that's still enough to get people to actually log into their Linux boxes to play stuff, which of course will trigger the Steam hardware surveys that these pathetic fools will never, ever get. But Pedro,
Yeah.
You bring up a really good point about Steam machines. You were saying something about that.
Yeah, here's the thing. We keep bringing up the whole hardware survey thing, and if you're a subscriber to Linux_gaming on the subreddit, you're probably kind of tired of seeing people, oh yeah, we're at some such percent, and we've decreased. Yeah. And
my favorite post is, oh my god, I got the Steam hardware survey.
Yeah, that's kind of a meme in Linux Master Race subreddit. But yeah, I'm gonna hold off on commenting anything further on these numbers until the Steam machines come out, or at least until Valve stops using Flash on the goddamn page.
And I shudder to say this, but you're 100% right on this. These numbers will always suck until we actually start getting Steam hardware in the wild and people actually start using the product.
I don't know, I'm gonna
right
sound
now
like a fucking horrible person because I was like, this is a real problem I have, and I've had this problem ever since, Steam machines. I, to this day, cannot. Who is the target market for pre-made Steam box? I hate saying that, but I'm just being honest.
It's the people who buy like pre-built gaming PCs, which I mean, Alienware still exists for a reason.
And console gamers. I mean, think about it. They didn't have backwards compatibility with the PS4 at launch. They didn't have backwards compatibility with the Xbox One. So, yeah, I mean, everyone has a Steam account at this point, and chances are at least a third of your Windows library is going to work on Linux. So
But
why not?
It's not necessarily all the games you want to play, though.
Maybe, but then again, you don't want to play
speaking
all the
of,
games on a console.
Yeah. But speaking of Steam machines, they have a bit of a problem with the suspend.
This comes from Ars Technica. You can find this noise like everything else in our show notes. Steam machines won't have a quote-unquote suspend function. Oh my god, the horror! There could possibly be an 8 to 12 second boot time, as opposed to the Xbox One or the PS4's 20 to 30 plus second boot time. Matt, now we did, before the show, have a bit of discussion about this, and me and Jordan on two different levels, and Jordan explained his thing. Me personally, cut it off. I mean, especially if an SSD boot drive. If you don't, it's like, oh, okay, maybe you have to wait, 15 seconds to get the damn thing up. Mm-hmm. And
on a bad day.
On a bad day, but even if you left it on 24/7, my biggest thing was, even like RenderBox and running all this noise on right here doesn't make a noticeable difference in the power bill, but J-Man had a different take on that.
Yeah, I mean, you have to consider that a lot of low-income people game as well, and when it comes to leaving a lot of people do this. A lot of people just leave their computers and their consoles on. At least like the PlayStation 4, the Xbox One, they'll go into suspend mode if you leave it alone for like an hour or two. But when you don't have a lot of money, getting hit for an extra couple bucks on your power bill can actually be something that's fairly detrimental. So it is a feature that some people will care about, and it really is on the kernel folks. I mean, Valve has been doing their best, but this is a kernel level feature. They need to get that fixed.
I did have one doubt about this thing, which is when they say suspend, do they mean sleep or hibernate?
I think they mean hibernate. Because suspend works under Linux. I mean, I've been using that for years. So.
Well, yeah,
it does.
I don't even bother with suspend anymore. I quit using it when I got this box on. It stays on until it's done. Right. It takes longer for the Moon BIOS to fucking post.
Yep.
And I'm at a full XFCE desktop. I mean, full, ready to go. Not waiting. This is not Windows, which it's here's desktop, but we're still starting the damn operating system in like 8 seconds. It's been a long time. I mean, I used to like wave around my e-peen, like, oh, I got an uptime of 160 days. Those days are gone, son. I don't do that anymore.
Now you just do systemd analyze, and you get like, oh, it takes 9 seconds for me to boot. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yay, systemd. Send your hit mail to. Up next, Steam Beta Client. We got a new beta client. Not much in the Linux department. They added some additional audio codecs for Steam Music. That is certainly a thing.
Well, I did hear somebody say, I mean, I'm paraphrasing because I read it on the Reddits. That with the addition of FLAC, OGG, Vorbis, Infore, both AAC and Apple Lossless, now the Steam Music Player is what they would call useful?
Yeah, no, it's certainly full featured now. That took them long enough. VLC. But no, they've also introduced a new UI for Big Picture mode that is a little less console-y and a little more functional. I actually kind of like it. It makes sense.
I like it.
It works from both like a keyboard and mouse and from a controller perspective, which I think the previous iteration of Big Picture mode didn't. It worked for controller, but keyboard and mouse not so much. The other big thing they added is they with the full UI over refresh, everything now has a Big Picture mode native version. So for like DLC and equipment and all that good stuff. But then something about raids.
Wait, hang on. What were you going to say, P-Man?
No, I just mostly agreeing with Jordan that I like this new UI. It looks much more streamlined. The old UI looked a bit clunky. There were those big icons on screen, and there was a lot of wasted space. Mm-hmm. Now they actually make use of that space, and I like it. Even on, sitting across the living room and looking at a 46-inch 1080p TV.
So a little tiny one.
It looks great. Yeah.
I got the beta, and I was like, okay, let's see. It was fun stuff. And I restarted, and I had like 2 games installed, and I was like, oh, so it begins. It's okay, let's check that, because, we got the 2 SSDs and all the RAID for the recording, and I keep, like, a majority of the shit I want to play because it comes up like that.
Yep.
It's like, okay, well, it sees it. Right, okay. Delete it. It's like, you must delete every game. And I was like, fuck that noise. I'm not deleting all those games. And it was, maybe I'll just add it back. And I was like, add. And he was like, these are not mounted executable. And I was like, really? It seemed to be fucking working over there.
That's a bit weird.
Right. So, fortunately, before I went to the deep dive of, like, debugging this, I was like, how about you just roll out of the beta van and see if it goes back to normal sauce, which I did, and it did, and I was like, all right. So that didn't happen.
But it's time to get a virus.
Yes, it begins. So this is a story that comes from powerupgaming.co.uk. As usual, you can find everything in the notes. And apparently, malware distributors have finally found the Steam Greenlight process. They pay $100 and they get a shit ton of people to download whatever link they claim is a beta for their game, in this case, Dinostopia. And
which sounds like something
shit.
Pedro would write in one of his articles, to be perfectly honest.
Maybe, although Dinostopia itself, I'd have to be combining 2 really weird words. But anyway, this quote-unquote beta that they were trying to get people to install was malware. It did a bunch of things. You can find more details in the article.
Kind of the tricky thing, I was reading about people that had actually experienced this, the people who discovered this, were just regular users. This thing was yoinking their damn Steam account, and this game was going out writing good reviews about this.
Yeah, it was, and it was basically
sinister.
handing over control for the PC that was under attack. It was just handing over control of it and sending out positive reviews.
So it's kind of
for
a
the
mixed
game.
bag. I don't know if it's necessarily well, it's malware, period, if it does anything that makes it do that. But it wasn't necessarily focused on creating a botnet or anything like that. But it was a very bad idea for them to do. Now, this only affected Winbros. It's nothing to worry about.
Yep.
But I want to give you a bit of a PSA. Don't download shit from alternate sources. Especially if it's like, oh, it's on hot files or what is. No, don't.
Do not download
and
shit from links on Greenlight pages, period.
To be honest, I'm honestly surprised that it took this long for someone to pull something like that. I this is something I would have expected, like maybe when Greenlight first came out. But yeah, no, this is insidious, and it seemed relatively harmless at first, but that just goes to show you that the attack vector is there, and really Valve needs to start taking a more proactive.
Yeah, I
approach
mean,
to their
it's definitely
security.
something Peanut, and you put in the notes about how
Yeah.
Valve post actively.
Valve is still Valve. The prevention measures only come after the fact. We've seen it when they stop people from buying games outside of their region, and then they forgot to account for, different currencies. There were a
But,
couple of other examples.
This is going to lead up to like a Sony level breach though, and it's not going to be good for Valve. They need to start securing their home front, not just for their
Yeah.
users, but for them. Because
Remember a while back when we talked about the guy from Euro Truck Simulator 2 that
Oh,
found
yeah,
a
yeah,
bug
he,
and
he got-
Valve
he got
did
banned
nothing, and
for-
then he kind of exploited the bug and they banned him from Steam?
Yeah, I mean,
This
you,
is
you gotta
Valve.
remember when that guy exploited the bug, he did it to show Valve. He's like, "Hey guys, look, this is."
I've already
Yeah.
reported this 2 months ago. You still haven't fixed it. Get on with it.
Yeah,
And they
and
banned
there's
him.
there's a larger discussion to be had about the ethics of disclosure and responsible disclosure thereof, but that is outside Linux Gamecast. But you know what is inside Linux Gamecast? Some virtual programming.
Oh, baby! Experimental ports, public beta, Arma 3, that's right. We've started the public beta for the experimental client ports for Linux and Mac. They're available as a complimentary service. Note this, to anyone who owns Arma 3 for Windows. Please check out the overview page for more details, limitations. You could run into those. And fact, and if you're wondering what Arma 3 is, here it is. It's a thing. Experience true combat, run around, pew, 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 Brown Simulator. 60
It is
quid.
literally-
Now, the first thing I definitely took from this when I was like, oh, Arma 3 and all right. Riddle me this, gentlemen. So when Aspire ports a game, or Feral ports a game, they're listed as publishers, right?
Yeah,
I mean, you can always go down to publisher. I mean, this one still says Bohemia Interactive. And here's a bit of a clue organ for everyone. When you hear that, oh, we have an experimental or we have a Linux port, and you don't see Feral or Aspire or anybody who it's virtual programming. It's a non-native port. It's wrapped in their proprietary sauce that they don't give back to the community.
and it doesn't work on Intel GPUs or AMD GPUs or AMD CPUs.
Okay, yes, there are
Yeah.
exceptions from like flibbity jibbity ibbity
Yeah,
bibbidi
flip it.
or
Or
Orion.
if they're legitimately doing it in-house.
G-Money when he does that business, but for a big title like this or something like that. But yeah, virtual programming is never mentioned at any time. But here's the thing: if you get the game on Windows, we want Windows users to try it on their Linux box. Okay.
On you mean the virtual machines?
You genuinely want Windows users to QA the Linux build. That is brilliant. Give me a Zen gold
they
stars.
It's pretty
They
ballsy. I'll give them
expect
that.
people to buy the game on the off chance that the quote-unquote ports will be maintained. There was that other game.
Yeah, man,
Sunless
they're not
Sea.
even guaranteeing that they're going to keep this thing alive.
Precisely.
kinda
There
like
was
the
that
Unity
game
Linux
Sunless
builds.
Sea that did the exact same thing. They said, buy the Windows version, send us an email, and we'll give you access to the Linux build. Remember last week when we talked about Unity doing that? This is worse. This is actually worse because you have to pay up front for the game, and it's not a cheap game. We're talking
It's
about...
it's
60
a
quid.
$60 AAA game. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 45 euros here, $60 all the way in the US. Congratulations, Bohemia Interactive. You guys are worse than Unity.
Yeah, it's I don't know. It's another company basically using Eon to fire off a shitty Steam OS version because November is coming. But it kind of makes me upset because Arma is a big deal.
It is.
A lot of people like DayZ. It has a very active modding community.
Yeah, that's the
And-
thing.
And
DayZ is a Arma 2
can I
mod.
finish? Can I finish? And a proper Linux
DayZ
version
is a
with-
Arma 2 mod.
It is an Arma 2 mod, but they're working on porting it to Arma 3, I believe. I remember seeing something about that in their
Yeah,
posts.
there's a standalone version. They don't need to.
Oh, well, either way. There is... Okay, so my information is a bit old, but regardless, it is a fairly big game. It has a very active modding community. Having this on Linux would be great because it gives more reason for people to actually ditch their Windows partition, which they're going to
Yeah,
fucking do. But,
Wonder if
Okay.
Daisy will
I
ever
mean,
be
yeah,
on
just
Linux. I
using
just realized that.
using Eon is really lazy. I mean, you guys really said everything.
Yeah, I mean, definitely when it comes down to Eon, I mean, Shot Realm, send us some hate mail and your thoughts about this for next week if you want to. And let me know what I'm about to say. What are your thoughts on it? Because I don't consider this a beta test per se. I consider this a let's see if we can get away with this shit test.
Yup.
So,
Next.
That's kind of what CD Projekt Red did.
Slain!
Slain, yes, the game that I actually know shit about now. This is it's a upcoming game. It's not out yet. You can't even pre-order it.
Wait,
It is a exploratory golden
that game
axe
familiar?
hack and slash where you run around and beat stuff up with a big ass sword. One of the cool things about it is they got one of the old guitarists from
not.
Celtic Frost to do the soundtrack, which is pretty
Looks like
fucking
it.
metal. And it looks like could be a pretty fun old school beat 'em up. You get your magic, you get your big ass sword, and apparently this was created by a team of two, but that's not really surprising, all things considered, for a hipster pixel game.
Yeah.
Hell, for one thing that really was interesting is that for the Windows version, you don't even need a video card.
Rotary processor.
I don't
But
know.
yeah, I was looking.
Okay.
No, I was looking at the screenshots and the videos, and I'm like, huh, this kind of reminds me of Altered Beast. And then I decided, let's go Google Altered Beast.
Oh no.
From Mega, the magazine that was the authority
Well,
on
it was
Genesis.
Mega. I think in the States
yeah.
it was called, what was it? Sega Visions.
I honestly don't remember. I found the article by Mega
My
that
history's
called
better than
Altered
yours.
Beast the #1 worst game of all time
Old man penis fight.
for the Genesis.
Pedro, you're so dead to me.
Yeah.
No, man, my
No.
first Mega Drive came with Altered Beast, man. I played that. Get out of that game, man, because I loved it at the arcades.
Games. It's a
Castlevania
launch title.
Really, the only thing about
Arcades.
Slain,
Nothing much in that
exclamation
game,
point, is now the
man.
name of the game, is, I mean, what is
Slain!
Yeah, combat puzzle and all that. But I'm looking at the hipster pixels, and the only thing I'm worried about is you guys remember
Is it
that
Metroidvania?
bullshit Sonic clone, I guess is the, and how gracefully
remember the
that
name.
scaled once we put it like.
it didn't. You want to talk about like shitty scaling? Look at Serpent in the Staglands. My God, that is
Yeah, I started that up the other day. It's
that
not
will
pretty.
legitimately make your eyes bleed. that is messed
All
up.
right, let's talk about some
But-
golden showers.
It's time for rain.
Yes,
Yeah.
golden showers and
Okay.
games that are no longer in early access. This is Satellite Rain. They claim that it's a real-time class-based strategy game set in an open-world cyberpunk city. You command a group of 4 agents
yeah.
through rain-soaked neon-lit streets where the law is the will of the mega corporations. If that sounds familiar, you probably played Fallout Tactics a long time ago. Real-time combat, squad management, 4-people team, and it kind of borrows the cyberpunkiness, quote unquote, from Shadowrun or Deus Ex, as you will.
It looks like a bit of all right.
More Deus Ex than Shadowrun. Shadowrun's a little
Yeah, more
Cyberpunk.
Deus Ex than
Excuse
Shadowrun.
me,
Shadowrun has got the
pronounced
orcs and the
Deus
elves
Ex.
and the magic. This one's just cyberpunkish, full on. It looks alright. It's a real-time strategy with
You can
a
pronounce it
heavier
now that I
focus
think
on
of it.
action, perhaps, than the strategy
Pedro,
elements themselves.
Pedro, apparently it sounds like something. It sounds like something.
Yeah, it sounds like Syndicate, except Syndicate is actually turn-based strategy.
Yeah.
I may be wrong.
I don't know. It's definitely a real-time strategy. Going to look into that. That's probably what we're going to be throwing some chairs at. next
they sent
week.
us some keys.
They did billions of
yes.
years ago.
While
and
you're
we haven't
back
been
when it
able to
was
put a
in
lot of
early
time into it.
access.
Yeah, it just came out of early access this week, so
Yep.
check that noise out. $29.99. Definitely probably want to wait on us to get our hands on it before you go spending your wet, stinky cashes.
Indeed, but coming up next,
Pretty cool,
NVIDIA
yeah.
has some incoming mirror support, and Intel shows you why you should use Vulkan.
They give you the shot.
Gentlemen, boys and girls, get on with the blues, because it's time for the news. And as usual, in true LGC weekly tradition, let's get on with some drivers. NVIDIA, once again, proving that, AMD's not even in the race at this point. And this is 35511. It's basically a merger of all the previous betas. It's a stable driver. It gets full EGL compatibility. Read, Vulcan is coming, yo. And I'm actually an idiot because when I first read through this page, I'm like, oh, EGL, and my brain processed that as OpenGL ES. But no, it's not exactly the same thing. EGL is something that OpenGL ES relies on to talk to the window manager. And as Jordan will explain in a little bit, it's a completely different thing.
Yes, there's actually nothing really Vulcan related in this release. The cool thing that did get added with this driver, though, is that they are adding full OpenGL support to EGL, which means that, as Pedro said, EGL is the API that allows the window manager to communicate with the driver and so on. So we can expect actually having full OpenGL support in Mirror, which is great because Wayland is going nowhere. They merged in some of the support for the 950 and some of the newer Quadro Enterprise GPUs, which is cool. And finally, everyone is cut on over to the new build system. So all you package maintainers, you got some work to do.
I don't know. I'm definitely happy with that, especially as 950 just came out. Put in a driver. AMD is like glue stick. That's definitely a thing. But up next, we're going to talk about Vulcan TM on Intel registered graphics at SIGGRAPH 2015.
Oh god, it's a YouTube of a YouTube.
Do we have like the soundbite
of
like,
a YouTube,
drop, or do we have to? Do we not cue that up?
No, we don't have the soundbite of the drop. But we're looking here for the audio listeners. We're seeing the CPU load roughly about 90% on this.
On a single core of a 4-core CPU.
Yes, OpenGL. That's OpenGL.
For OpenGL.
Integrated
and when
graphics, and they're going to switch over to Vulcan in just a moment, and you'll see that CPU load. Nope, like a mofo.
Just like
and spread out across all cores, which is the cool thing.
Exactly. Yeah, it's I mean, why is this a good thing? Why is
So yeah, he's switching now, and look at the charts.
It's like drop.
Wow.
Drop the base.
Whoa.
I mean, the CPU utilization on a single thread went from 90% down to 20, and the frames per second
the other cores
doubled.
start picking up the slack.
I have
Right.
a funny feeling.
yeah.
Did I
Now,
watch this episode?
we've actually seen this before. If you recall, a couple weeks ago, the guys from Power VR, they had their own little development board with their ARM GPU. They did a Vulcan demo with GNOME. Or with GNOME.
Oh, damn.
The desktop environment.
Alright.
And
Yes.
we saw something very similar when they switched from OpenGL
Alright,
to
fuck it.
Vulcan.
Watch the whole thing.
Single
Watch
in
the whole
OpenGL,
thing.
single core was the bottleneck. There was one where it was one CPU going really high, and then when you switch it to Vulcan, everything
already
cuts
watched
over
this
to multiple
episode.
GPUs. That's all very crazy threaded, and total CPU and resource utilization drops. And it looks like our suspicions were confirmed, but you got to keep in mind, as exciting as
check my
this
audio
is,
settings
we're not going
anyway.
to see anything regarding this in like actual Linux games until about this time next year.
Yeah.
So.
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm kind of confident that we'll be seeing some of this towards the end of this year.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
It's a very enticing thing to look at, and I understand, we have some filthy dual booting heathens, but maybe you're a Windows user and you're kind of Linux curious, and maybe you just say, yeah, it's got DX12, I'm going to download more RAM on my Xbox. The biggest issue I have with the DX anything is it's not really cross-platform, Brad. This is
No, it's not.
going to throw some sauce at the PS4. It's going to throw some sauce on Windows. We're going to throw the sauce on Linux, on the Macs, on the mobiles. I mean, this is just looking at that. I mean, now this is a very controlled environment. Let's just be honest with that.
Yeah.
It is entirely an artificial benchmark.
Right.
for sure.
I mean, they set this up to make it do that, but it's still doing it. So some credit where credit is due. Yes, no, maybe
Yes.
sideways.
Yeah,
for,
definitely.
for sure. And actually, do we want to cut over to the next one right now?
Okay.
Because it's related. So our good friend Icklebutts, Ryan Seagordon,
G-Money.
G Money, he put together a bit of a blog post, sort of going over why this kind of thing happens, and he gives a code snippet from Mesa with the Intel GPU, and there is starting from line 645 in there's a significant block of code in the OpenGL driver that in Vulkan does not exist. That actually moves to your application, and the execution path for executing your 3D commands on your hardware is significantly shorter. But that brings one really crucial thing. we are trusting developers now to actually create high-quality optimized code that will tell the driver what to actually do. And as we've seen in the past, yeah, that is a big if. Pedro will go into this in more detail, but it is significantly easier said than done.
Yeah, that whole thing is assuming that developers are actually coding a damn thing, because engines like Unity make it so that anyone can release a game made out of assets without having to code a damn thing. So unless the engine editors and the people behind those engine editors, like the people behind Unity, can make it so that the editor has those optimizations built in, those quote-unquote game developers can export a Vulkan build. It won't make a damn difference. If that's not in there, it won't work.
And one final thing to note is, even though Vulkan is coming and it's awesome and we all love it, OpenGL is not going anywhere. OpenGL, there's still a ton of OpenGL code in the wild that still needs to be maintained. So this isn't the last we're going to hear of it. But it's really cool stuff.
It is
but
definitely cool stuff, and I'd like to see it. I mean, you might almost call it Unreal.
Oh, that's a nice transition. Unreal Engine 4.9 is unleashed to the masses, and it brings with it some really cool stuff. Like, you have to, like, I have the unclicky scroll wheel that lets me just ride the scroll wheel on the ball bearing, and it took about 3 minutes to actually hit the bottom of just letting it roll. So they add a ton of new shit. If we want to zero in on a couple cool bits, there's a ton of Linux fixes for the editor to make it actually function. The coolest thing, in my opinion, is they added support so you can build your unengined 4 game for Linux on ARM. That
sounds kind of crazy, but didn't they do something with the SDLs and the tools?
Yeah,
yes,
that's
they did. They switched to using STL key codes instead of raw keyboard scan codes, which basically removes a lot of the overhead for detecting what kind of keyboard you're using onto STL, which will just figure it out for you automatically. It's wonderful. One other thing that got added with this latest update is DirectX 12 support is added, which begs the question, War Vulkan!
Vulkan's definitely coming. We were talking earlier in the show.
We'll see that in October.
It is like Unreal is like looking around at everybody and it's just like, oh, you got dropping a bomb on everyone. The open source, free, but you gotta get me. I was like, that's only if you make over $10,000, Brad, and trust me, you fucking asset game quote. But it's just so fucking mental with SDL support and all this other crazy business involved in this, and native Linux editor, be done.
Yeah, it's pretty good. This kind of puts Unity to shame, and I hope we get to see a lot more Unreal games coming, because we're getting kind of tired of the Unity ghetto, for being honest. And the fact that they're integrating
Unreal is like, my god.
Hopefully not.
Stable and optimized.
Because even that
from
really
the older
shitty
engines I'm
game that
familiar
we'll
with.
talk about more in the hate mail section, it's still, like Ven said at
Killing
the time,
Floor,
it's still a better love story than
Unreal
Unity,
2.5
and
or whatever the
we
fuck
kind
it
of want
was.
to see more of that. Maybe someone will come
was
and blow our
glorious.
minds with it, but we still haven't seen that one killer game.
Well, Pedro, that just sounds like a bunch of speculation.
Before we switch to the next
speaking
story,
of, we have
I wanted to talk about ARM.
Go ahead, get it out of your...
Okay, the ARM crap actually allows you to export your Unreal Engine 4 game to shit like the Raspberry Pi, which brings some interesting ideas if you're going to make like an arcade cabinet or something like
Jordan, what would you possibly know about the Raspberry?
No. Absolutely nothing.
Are you sure?
Totally didn't.
Okay.
Totally
Are you
didn't
sure
build
about
an
that?
operating system for it. I have no idea what I'm
Okay,
talking about.
all right, just making sure.
Okay.
Yeah, speculate!
Speculate! I'm Obsidian on What's Next for Pillars of Eternity. We own
That's the wrong story.
No, that's, you forgot to cue that up in the links, apparently.
Well, go with the
This one
Obsidian.
comes from Twitter, and from Feral Interactive. They say, this is our 5,000th tweet. To celebrate, we'll be totally evil and tease yet another upcoming Mac and Linux game right here in this tweet.
So, I mean, the two main guesses for what this might be is Evil Genius or Total War.
I don't
Medieval
know.
Total
A
War.
lot of people were like, evil is like, oh, maybe it's Good versus Black and White, something like that.
Or Medieval 2, Total War.
No, on your ass.
Total War makes perfect sense considering they've already ported the engine, so now they just got to port the actual game.
Well, here's an interesting little thing that you just might want to fucking pull up.
Oh my god!
This is Federals 403. They're trying to be cheeky about it because I think somewhere down, oh, you scabs, but do bear in mind that our webmaster can be just as wilty thing. Bullshit.
Yep.
So, for my games to pick up is Alien Isolation, Batman Arkham Knight, Company Heroes 2, which we have, Evolve, Grid Autosport, Shadow of Mordor, which we have, Sleeping Dogs, Thief, or XCOM 2, Brad. What do you think?
We know XCOM 2 is coming for sure, Grid Autosport is coming for sure, Batman Arkham Knight is coming for sure. So Alien Isolation, maybe, Evolve, maybe.
Oh, that's what it was.
No, Jordan, you don't understand.
Aliens.
They have a very cheeky webmaster that just kind of threw that in there for fun.
The Alien Isolation one showed up on the Steam DB though, so there's some credence for that.
Crushing my dreams.
That's what I love doing, and I also love crushing your balls. And I don't know, there's something pillars. Pedro, take it.
Yes, something pillar. So, let me give you a little backstory if you guys haven't been watching the show all that long. I hate Obsidian.
Sit right down while I tell you a little story about how my life got turned up.
Yes. I am the
sit on Pedro's lap. Don't mind the pointy bits.
But yeah, I was kind of forgetting why I hated Obsidian because they'd actually been good to Linux. They had released Pillars of Eternity on day 1, which is a pretty big game and had a pretty successful Kickstarter and everything. And I'm like, okay, maybe Obsidian's not that bad. And now they say, yeah, so we had some logistical problems with Linux.
Such as?
Here's the exact quote. I don't think it was worthwhile developing for Linux. This comes from Brandon Adler, one of the developers at Obsidian. They are a very, very small portion of our active user base. I think around 1.5% of our users were Linux. And so I did a little digging after that, but before I get into that, thanks for that, Brad. I was kind of, forgetting why I hated you. Yeah. So they were whining because they had some logistical issues, and with this first interview that they gave PC Gamer, they didn't actually tell anyone what those logistical issues were.
The link to this is all in our show notes, by the way.
Yes, there'll be a link in the show notes for everything. But then on their forums, they actually say, yeah, we basically had to build our Linux infrastructure from scratch on our side. It wasn't something we were used to. Oh yeah. Installing Linux is really hard.
Oh man, we don't want our developers to learn new things. Oh my god!
It was also painful for us to develop in Linux because the Unity tools didn't support Linux at the time. That meant we were unable to debug on the platform. Yeah, because Valgrind and GDB were not a thing. You what, mate?
I don't know. No, I'm going to sound a bit of a heretic.
Okay.
Okay. I'm kind of coming at this from a bit of a sideways perspective.
Go for it.
I was curious, just reading this article, and I was like, okay, so this is from PC Gamer, right? These are the type of people who believe PC equals Windows. Yes. Can we get a checkbox on that? All right. Brilliant. So, how much work went into your Mac port, Brad? Why did they ask that? And I'm not blaming the developer. They never asked. It was like, what about the Mac port? You had to probably learn some new things about that. And what were the Mac sales? Who knows? They didn't bother asking that. You would think, because, Windows was their primary platform, but they also had to do the Mac and the Linuxes, and both of those on Unity are about equally as fucking sketchy. But,
I would say Mac even more so.
Here's what I'm saying. I'm not saying don't hate on Pillars, because really it seems like all they're genuinely bitching about is, oh, we had to learn a new environment, it was difficult. No shit, son. No shit. I'm not saying don't hate on them. Just keep in your mind organ that this is from our good friends at PC Gamer. That tends to only report. I mean, do a search for Linux, and pretty much anything they write about Linux is negative. Because,
they're kind
of like a more evolved version of PC perspective. Linux Linux is bad. We only want to talk about the Windows because we can click next really hard, and we don't want to talk about that moon technology of Linux. Woo!
But going back to Obsidian for a second.
Okay.
I mean, really, because I mean, we can have our Bash PC Gamer podcast. That's just easy. That's like beating up a 4-year-old. Well, maybe not for Pedro, but anyways, no. Obsidian, you're being rather silly about this. Number one, yeah, it's 1.5%. That's still a significant portion of money. Pillars of Eternity made like tens of millions of dollars in their Kickstarter, so that's not an insignificant chunk of money. Additionally, Linux users
Jordan,
are
we
fairly...
had to actually spend some of that money. No,
yeah, I know. I mean, installing Ubuntu is so hard, guys.
No, you gotta get a Linux box. You gotta go, to the Linux store that sells the Linux boxes and pick up the Linux box and bring it back to the
System 76, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, yes. They make
But
Linux
to address
So simple,
what
even
Strider-
Pillars of Eternity.
to address
Okay.
what Striker is saying in chat realm right there, they actually said that now that we have gone through the process of creating these builds, it's something that will be much easier for us in the future. Oh right,
no,
in the future.
You think?
Let me.
If you actually take the time to learn something, are you saying you can take that knowledge and apply it to something in the future?
Yeah, hindsight's a
Wow.
real bitch like that. The amount of backpedaling in that forum post is enough to slow the rotation of the planet. And this goes out to the Linux users right there that are sucking Obsidian's dick. I mean, the amount of dick sucking in that thread is actually tickling my gag reflex.
You're saying there's something wrong with sucking dick, then?
There's absolutely nothing wrong with dick.
There's
it actually
nothing
makes
wrong
me
with taking
want
a
to
shot
go
in
out
the
and
mouth.
suck some dick to get that taste out of my mouth.
But I guess what you're trying to say is they're sucking so much dick they're being greedy about it. I mean, they're leaving less dick
Completely.
for other people to suck.
Yes, and of course
indeed.
Obsidian
But
had...
Pedro, you've talked a ton. Can I talk, please?
No, you cannot. This one
Fuck
is
you.
mine.
Fuck you.
We don't have a review segment coming up next, so you shut the fuck up right now, Jordan. Thank you.
Bring it, Cupcake. But no, all I'm saying is these guys did not provide any concrete information as to why developing on Linux was particularly difficult. Maybe they could leverage, I don't know, maybe the community, which is full
Jay,
of
baby,
developers.
what do you think about my thoughts? I mean, this really seems like it was worded to make Linux look bad. I mean, that's what the question is.
I mean, okay, the interview was a puff piece. I don't know why they included that right at the very beginning, because it seems like a fairly ancillary point considering what they talk about for the rest of the article.
Why was Linux so bad? Why was Linux so hard?
Because I like to complain and my interviews ask a ton of leading questions. Yeah, I mean, really, supporting Linux is a good move in the long run, and I'll hand this back to Pedro so he can finish his spiel, because I just wanted to say that, but I got interrupted. So,
Yeah, no,
Continue.
it's Obsidian. They also, in the PC Gamer article, they complain about their bugs. It's just fucking Obsidian and their bugs. It's not like, I don't know, Knights of the Old Republic 2, Neverwinter Nights 2, Dungeon Siege 3, Fallout New Vegas.
Yeah, Fallout New Vegas.
Launched
Fast
in
fire
outright
fix,
fucking
Jesus.
broken states or anything, right? In Linux, Unity on Linux is the hard.
Gentlemen,
then,
gentlemen,
You
gentlemen,
can't
gentlemen.
QA test or shit, bro.
Maybe we should focus more of our time thinking not pillars of eternity, but the pillars of our community.
that's right. You see, we love our Patreons who give us money every single week, and we got a
boy,
couple new ones
howdy.
this week. Yeah, boy, howdy, we got some donors, all right.
That's actually
we
a
got
hell of
Mr.
a lot more money.
You see, last week, which is fucking wrong. Okay, me and Pedro opened a dock. The dock's created. If this ever happens in this moon tech. And last week, somebody's like, oh, we still want that portal too, so they're pledged on that. But we said, check this out. At 150 per Saturday night Trainwreck, we'll do the midweek show, the Wednesday show. We're going to talk about general Linux stuff, a lot of Linux gaming and all that business, and probably bring some interviews on, which we kind of have those lined up, and they rhyme with Ryan C. Gordon.
And the guy from LinuxGames.com too.
We're going to need about 150.
Yeah, we're gonna need another $15 on top of what we have so far. We're at 135.01. We got some lovely bonuses for you people if you back us. 5 cents a show gets you early access to all our Let's Plays and Busted Ass early accesses. You pay for $1 and you get a custom forum title, $2.50 a show, and you get our show notes where you can see Pedro and I lambast each other in text form as opposed to oral form. It's good stuff. The Linux Gamecast Weekly Gaming Wednesdays, Daily Wednesdays, whatever the hell it's called. We're great at naming things here at Linux Gamecast.
No, we're definitely going to be doing that show. It's going to be a great thing, P-Man. We got some people to thank, though, so.
Yes, that's true.
Yes,
we got Andrew S. and Mr. Stroker.
Andrew S., which you may know from Google+.
Mm-hmm.
He has actually been commenting and throwing us some hate mail for a long time. Thank you. Thank you very, very much.
Indeed,
And
it's a very generous
Mr.
contribution.
Bram Stroker. Yeah, Bram Stroker.
What is that song? Stroke into the east, stroke into the
Stroking for the Lord. But up next.
No. I just want to say, I mean, that's 45. We get there. That's going to be a brilliant piece of thing. And I mean, here's the genuine fucking dice. I mean, I'm going to have a little 2-point system here before we close this out. Thanks, guys. When we started this clusterfuck of a fucking show, it was genuinely just me and Jordan, and Steam wasn't even out yet. And I was like, hey, man, we're not even worried about doing a show. We're just going to chill out. We're going to talk about fucking Linux games, and we're going to record it and put it online and deal with it. And then we got Patreon on, and now we've turned into, Go King Voltron. And that's the real thing. It's fucking amazing, and it's all because of you. I mean, T Brown, people all throughout the times, just like, hey, we fucking believe in you. We're going to throw you some fucking wet, stinky, empty, definitely, and all that.
Yeah.
And I mean,
Free Jack, he kind of helped us set up the ring.
every fucking week, it just amazes me when I see
Frenchie's been a supporter for a long time.
Yeah.
new people showing up and kicking some quid. I mean, that means, we try to give you the most value that we possibly can. We really do.
It really does mean the world to us that you guys
even at 5
feel the need to help us out. That is
completely
astounding.
brilliant. We try to give you value. If you think that we give you value and we give some value back, kick in 5 cents, kick us a quid, 10 cents. That's brilliant.
And if you can't afford a Patreon, we got an Amazon affiliate link, or just spread the word. We tell everyone.
Yes, use that Amazon affiliate link that I even forget to use.
Yes. Yes. One of these days we're gonna put up the Chrome extension to auto set the Amazon affiliate link. But we love you guys. Tell your friends. Tell your family. And
yeah, we really want to do this new show. It's gonna be fucking awesome.
It's gonna be pretty cool. Yeah. Up next, we don't have a review this week due to technical difficulties regarding Company of Heroes. This will be happening next week, though, but stay tuned for the...
Let's just skip to the next one. Oh, all right.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's the hate mail. And it's been so long since we've got some actual, genuine hate mail that people...
Alright, where is it? So it was 159. Oh, okay, so it's 160. Yeah.
Importantly, whatever the hell else we come up with. This week, the Stanley Parable is here, despite Linux users being big old meanie heads.
AMD splits Radeon into its own division, so now a new group of people can neglect the Linux drivers.
Nouveau and Radeon SI get OpenGL 4.1 support. In the meantime, Intel and AMD R600 chips get to sit on their thumbs for a bit longer.
An Armor 3 on Eon can sort of outperform Windows. Shame it's so busted.
I'm Vince Stone, here in Athens, switching the bits, transmitting this nightmare fuel, joined every week by living proof that not all Canadians are nice. Hell, this one doesn't even have a hockey stick. Hey,
Go
buddy.
fuck yourself.
And all the way around. And joining us from France via California, Michu Coumignon.
I've seen him with a tank top. Okay,
Challenge accepted.
that's cool.
And together with a chat realm dynamic, we form a bit. of a cocaine Voltron. Before we get started, we'd like to see what's going on in each other's life organs. J-Baby, what's up?
Oh, not much. Been nursing my big old infected oozing toe. It's good stuff. I'll spare you showing it because I'd fall off my ball if I tried to hike it up on the desk. Also, I may or may not be wearing any pants.
That too. Yeah, no one wants to see that. But yeah, I watched the entire first season of Dark Matter because my boss told me, yeah, that show's alright. And I'm like, you're 50-something years old? Are you sure about that? Yeah, it's pretty good. And it is very much alright. Gives me a bit of a Farscape vibe, so not bad.
The twist at the end, though, that literally came out of nowhere. They did not build that
It's
up at all.
not a twist. It's pretty predictable.
What's going on in France?
Okay, so we made some progress with MT and the super secret projects that will be coming next month. We got some stuff to sort out before we can really test it in production, but it's made some good progress. Also, I survived a heat wave here in Los Angeles. It's super hot. And I've done some surgery on my Nexus 7 tablets. Thanks to iFixit.com. It was pretty... I received some tools to fix it and really well, and now I have a tablet back. It's cool.
Super sweet. Over here, if you're wondering,
Something super
outside of the
sweet.
holiday, that's what we're blaming the delay on the show.
Yeah.
I went to an
That's
after
not what I
party for the Dragon Cons Sunday
All
night,
this
and
texture.
wow, I'm too old to party with 20-somethings. I still can, but there's definitely the recovery thing that I'm not used to, where you're just kind of laying there the next morning going, oh. So that was a thing.
And then,
Old Man Vin. Let's talk about Old Man Horse.
yeah, the horse seems to have it really out for Australia. It just does not like Australians. Those motherfuckers. It's our Steelers!
Yeah.
Is this nightmare fuel?
Oh man,
This
that's
is
traitors.
comes from PC Gamer. It's bad news for Australia. XCOM 2 is $127 to pre-order on Steam. That's US dollars, because in Australian dollars it's only like $89.95, which, you know, after you apply
Australia
the
always has stuff.
direct
I think
translation.
that's,
No, that's
new.
not conversion. Yes,
Currency
thank you.
conversion.
Better than Brazil to like purchase
Take a shot.
PS4.
But yeah,
for, like,
it costs
$1,000.
$59.95 to pre-order
$1,200
in the
I think.
US. It costs 49.99 euros to pre-order here, and in Australia it's 89.95 Australian dollars, which converts to 127.45. Now I complain because €1 actually converts to $1.13. And games that cost $10 in the US cost €10 here, which is like €11.30. But this is literally taking the piss.
Yeah, I'm definitely, when I saw that, I was like, this is seriously some weapons grade, because fuck you, that's why. Genuinely it is, and definitely, I know we have a small contingent, actually it's a little bigger than small.
Just a
Yeah,
little.
it's a few people in Space Australia that I'm just saying, you know, read between the lines. If it's not region lock, maybe I'll be in a gifting mood. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge, wink, wink, say no more. J-Man, but you had some extra.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I mean, I honestly wouldn't be surprised if, I wouldn't feel too bad either if guys like Yaspoon and Fleek had to cancel their Patreons. Because, I mean, shit's getting expensive. This is, like, quite literally highway robbery. Information superhighway robbery, but highway robbery nonetheless.
Do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, you got to ship those games to Australia. That's pretty big.
Oh, no,
Try,
see,
isn't it?
you need all the Cisco equipment to make sure that everything arrives upside down. Like, that's some hardcore network processing that you need
You
to
have
do.
to flip the carrier pigeons
makes-
upside down and teach them to fly like that.
All right, let's talk about Amerikuru.
Armacrog.
Armacrog.
From our
It's
pal,
still
from our, let's say, questionably opinioned pal,
Yeah, what's his
shit.
face?
Doug Tenapple, that's his name.
Anyway,
Same guy who
yeah,
brought
basically
you.
they've thrown this. wondering what it is, it's a point-and-click adventure puzzle that is still available for pre-order. This time, this is the second delay. It is now going to come out on September 30th. A lot of, people are like, come on, guys. But according to them, we don't know exactly what happened, but they said, we just found a game-breaking bug, and they announced this like less than 24 hours before the release date. So, I don't know, man. I just kind of feel the whole point-and-click nostalgia cash grab train kind of like left in 2014. Strider, you never heard of this thing, right?
It's somewhat true, yeah.
Don't think so. Wow, I looked at it and didn't seem familiar, and it kind of looked like some kind of off-road gym game. And then I looked at the description on Steam, and it is from the off-road gym creators. So keeps the spirits of those games. Apparently, it was already covered in previous shows.
Yes,
Yeah,
it was.
I mean, at least, if they are telling the truth, then there is some game breaking about it. That bug. Good on them for like holding the game back.
Yeah, it's better.
I mean, yeah, it's that old Miyamoto quote. A delayed game will eventually be finished. A broken game is busted forever. So.
Yeah, it's definitely a good idea, and I'm pretty sure that Steam refunds kind of came into play there. And I'm like,
Yeah. It's good that provides the kick in the butt for the QA, because with that looming over their heads. But Stanley,
it's a parable. It's finally here. We've been waiting on it. Seems like mothering ever, the Stanley parable.
It's been a year.
It's a first-person exploration game where you play as Stanley, and you will not play as Stanley. You will follow us. Basically, you walk around, you cock about. It's got a bunch of weird endings, and well, I picked it up, and I was like, okay, because I think everyone has a copy of this because it's been in bundles and everything else. I beat it the first time. Well, no, not exactly the first time. It like reset. I was like, right. So this is how this game's played. Gotcha. Went through the second time, completed it. Didn't do the speed run, which I believe you have to do in under 4 minutes. It's got some interesting achievements.
4 minutes and 22 seconds.
Performance.
It has the go outside achievement.
This is built on the Portal, Source.
Portal
Source
2
one.
engine.
Yeah.
Source 1.5.
Massive performance. I mean, at 1080p, I was getting like
Continue the
290,
consistency.
300 FERPs,
And there we go.
even at 4K, it was like a steady 130. What did you think about it, Frenchie? You like the narrator.
Yeah, the narrator is pretty great. Liked it a lot. It makes a huge part of the game. Mostly about this guy. The game is super fun. There's a lot to find out, a lot to explore. I haven't seen everything. Apparently, there's Minecraft parts of the game, the portal. There's a portal recreation. I didn't see that,
we
but
can make
I
it
finished the
better.
game. I've seen a couple endings. I've earned almost all achievements except the speed run and the one
Go
where
outside.
you have.
Yeah,
No,
go
I-
outside. Don't play the game for 5 years. Get the
Yeah,
achievement.
I have. I just jumped my clock to 5 years later and got this one. Just didn't get the
Cheaters.
one. Yeah, no. it's,
Hacksaw.
So what took so long for this thing to come out, Jay Baby?
So, you might remember we talked about this, like, late last year. The SDKs were rolling out for Linux, and people were asking, hey, Stanley Parable dude, when this is coming out for Linux? Well, it's based on the Portal 2 SDK. That hasn't been released yet, so we're waiting on that. And once that came out, people started asking him, okay, it's out, when can we expect the game? At which point he basically flipped his shit and said, you guys are harassing me so much, I'm just gonna work on this game in my free time, I'm not gonna put any real effort towards it. And that apparently took about a year or two to push this out to completion. So, that.
Yeah, that's the thing. We mentioned it at the time. It was the bit of news that actually made it into the show, was him throwing a big old hissy fit. But he probably, like Ben put in the notes here, probably he never got any actual harassment. He just wanted to take some time off, and he kind of had that promise looming over his head, and he went like, I gotta find an excuse to not do this because I can't deal with this shit right now. So, oh, you guys are being mean to me. We'll Linux crowd has a reputation for being mean, so yeah, that's my excuse.
I don't
Oh
know.
my God,
I
really?
should never attribute to malice what you could to stupidity. But I mean, it's a relatively fun game. I mean, I kept breaking reality and just fucking with the narrator. I ran into a broom closet and the game just starts freaking out, trying to get you to leave the broom closet. And I'm just like, nope.
Oh, you think
That was
that's
fine.
bad? If you really want to have fun, unplug the phone.
Oh, I did that too. And you fucking break reality. And you get the ending where you're like hovering above Stanley. Yeah, I did that. It be all fuck you. I do what I want.
Yeah, I definitely got the one where Stanley's dead in the street outside.
Yep. Yeah, I got that one too.
All
yeah,
right.
no, it's fun because you don't know exactly what will trigger a specific ending. There is one ending that will actually tell you what you need to do to reduce it, but that's one of the reality busting one. It's $14.99, but it goes on sale often enough, and it's in bundles too. And if you don't already own it,
Yes.
then
One thing you might want to point out, I mean, it doesn't say it's available for the Linuxes, but it is.
it's available.
It's available.
Yes.
Take our word on that. But Saints Row
Oh,
2.
my heart! No, stop! Ah!
Wait, Saints.
This is Saints Row 2, a game I absolutely fucking adore. And
Oh my
apparently
God,
Saints Row
wait,
the
Saints
Fourth is
Row-
coming out for Linux as well. But we're seeing to be on the Steam TV site links to all this crap
I
in
already
our show
purchased
notes.
that game ages
It
ago.
looks like Deep
I have
Silver
the
is
physical
coming out with
copy.
the Saints Row 2 port
The
for
fuck,
Linuxes
man?
and the Mac OSs. And I've been waiting for so long. Ever
That's
since
the
that got
best
announced with,
Saints
like,
Row out of the
Batman and
four.
Torchlight and
Okay, I
Dirt
never
and all
played
that,
the four.
or Grid and all those other shit. They had Saints Row in there, and I'm like, yes, give it to me.
Oh
Hook
my
it to my
God,
veins.
yes.
And it looks like it's coming, but it's probably going to be on
So do you think Deep Silver's going to be thrown in on that? I was thinking maybe Aspire.
Could be Aspire, but it's Deep Silver. They have
What makes you
several
think
of...
it would be Aspire port because the
Because
PC
this is an old
ports-
game.
Yeah, but the PC port was done originally by CD Projects, which so The Witcher 2, and you know who made The Witcher 2 ports? It was Virtual Core.
It never happened. It was like that aborted Star Wars prequel.
Yeah, no, let's not... No. If it's virtual programming, I'll never touch this game with a 10-foot pole.
Yeah,
But
don't.
if it
stop,
is
stop,
either
man.
Aspire or 4A Games, you know, the guys behind Metro, and all things considered, barring the issues with MSAA, the Metro Redux games work stupidly well under Linux. So either Aspire or 4A, I'm cool. Virtual programming,
Oh.
hell no.
Yeah, Metro Redux has to be one of the better ports on Linux altogether.
Yeah, indeed. I would still hold
It's
that.
definitely a thing, speculation sauce, but since we're on the topic of virtual programming,
Oh yes. Oh yes. That Arma port. Oh boy.
Oh God.
So, they've added on their dev.arma3.com site, they've added a big fuck you warning that says, "Listen, man, the Linux Mac OS port is not, or I guess it's just Linux port, is not complete. It's third-party porting tools. Stuff may not work. You'll experience degraded performance up to 10%.
Oh Jesus.
It's multiple versions behind the one in production in Windows, so on and so forth. You can see the entire thing. Just click on the links in our show notes. But I mean, at least they're upfront about it. The game is GIMP, but you know we have a Linux version, you guys.
well, I mean, that's definitely one of the things I was looking at. I was like, you motherfucker. But then they put this page up, and they're just like, hey man, non-native, Stufu, go home. This is virtual programming. It's like, you know what, man? All right, that's really all you had to say. We're kind of cool now. I don't like games being done with VP. I'll never fucking play it. I will never buy it. I will never support this current stopgap measure that they're trying to use. But if a company comes directly out and they're like, hey guys, we're using this, and I clearly can identify it without having to dig around in the game folders looking for their rat mess, like, okay, that's cool, you can do that. I just hope it doesn't spoil them on the Linux experience. But you had some things to say, didn't you, Strider?
Yeah, I saw a couple days ago a benchmark done on SteamOS and on Windows, and
Right now it's
basically all the time the frame rates were
It's like a guy
above-
air pains like
above Windows
saying,
on
okay.
SteamOS.
Jesus.
Pretty
Yeah.
good sign, and it seems that
Science.
virtual programming
Science. Science.
got to fix their shits. Like their latest port I tested, like
Okay,
it was
seriously?
Dirk's
Okay.
Showdown. Pretty good too. It's
Ugh.
constant 60
Yeah,
frames
it's pretty
per
good,
second.
except it doesn't work on AMD
At least on Intel.
graphics.
On AMD, I can't say really, but on Intel plus Nvidia, it works pretty good.
Yeah, good luck if you don't have a Intel CPU. Actually, we have some shtick about that in the news segment we'll touch on.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I said, they're upfront about it. But
they're big on this.
I do agree with Ben. I mean, it's a stopgap measure, and until you get people actually targeting Linux as a platform and not just writing a Windows program and shipping it off to some other guys to hack it to a workable state under Linux.
Well, I guess we can just all be
going to
thankful.
continue to have degraded performance problems.
Yeah,
but,
I mean, at least it's not another busted Android port on the Steam store.
We got plenty
Yeah.
of those.
That's
that
right.
game.
I was
Mad
going to say
out.
we got a new
Nice.
submission from Solid Stone, don't we?
Well,
Oh,
pretty much,
no.
yeah,
They
so
made
much
another
love,
one? What the
Comrade.
fuck, man?
I come back here with buy button. Right. They didn't even bother to change the graphics.
Buy it! Don't think, just
What
buy
is
big
this?
cars!
Let out ice storm, destroy
God.
ports, improve
What?
your car weapons,
What?
dynamics of the chase line,
This
you run
is
around,
the-
you shoot shit. It
Yo,
works.
man,
It's
you think
currently
we're done?
5.59,
Not
which
until you see our
compared to
next
Lucas,
game.
Correct me if I'm right, P-Man. Wasn't the original like $14.99?
God
Yep.
damn it.
It came out at $14.99, and then they realized they had done goofed and pushed it down to $10.
Hmm.
We reviewed the first one, didn't we?
Yeah, I did a review of that game for a popular Linux podcast once. It
Yes.
was a couple
Yes, you
months
did.
ago.
You were on Linux Tech and Gaming?
And
I thought it was the
Yes.
Gaming on the Next podcast.
All right.
Oh, I forgot to follow those
Maybe-
guys. I'll
maybe
do
it
that
was
next.
that
Steam
one.
log.
I'll do that next.
Or the Far Nix podcast. I
On
think.
Mega Man.
But the one special thing, this does
That
require
episode,
the
god
ever
fucking damn.
elusive 1 megabyte DIM. So
And, well, wow, they optimized the fuck out of that game. Serious.
this shit's straight assembly, son. I mean,
This is some roller coaster tycoon shit.
right. If you're wondering about it, don't.
I
fucking
better
buy
say.
it. Don't.
No, it's a full price
It- it-
standalone.
If you're
expansion.
looking, it's basically a couple extra tracks and all that shit. And if you're like me, like racing game, oh yay, fine. You will not be happy with it. It's most generic, bland. It's not
More
fugly
shovelware.
because it was originally meant to run on the Tegra series. I mean, it's got okay graphics, but I mean, the gameplay, nothing. The menus are completely borked. Your upgrade, you don't even know what they can
Yeah.
do.
Remember
So
that,
yeah,
Dad?
kind of, let's just dodge that.
You get the picture of what it is.
But on the topic of elusive requirements,
Yes, elusive as they are.
Chess,
So,
it's a strategy
this is
game.
simply chess. This is a chess game on Steam. I don't like chess because it bores me to death. Someone asks me to play chess with them, I say
Fuck you.
sure, as long as it's speed chess,
Come
with
Magnus
the turns
Carlsen.
taking a maximum
And
of
if
then
that's
five.
a
last we play,
Thomas.
chess. Oh, I thought you just took methamphetamines and played chess. Okay, we play different types of speed chess.
No.
I mean, it can be speed chess. Who knows?
No, you got it turns of 5 seconds each at most, and I'll play some chess with you. I do all right.
I find it weird though that we're seeing all these chess games on Steam. Like we had that one a couple weeks ago.
But I mean,
with
this is
that, with literally
legitimate.
just that
Yeah,
website.
yeah. This is legitimate, and it's completely free to play, long as you have glibc 2.15 running as your operating.
Yes.
And a video card that supports OpenGL 2.1 GRB.
Now, it is recommended that your glibc operating system support the S3TC texture support, though. So.
So is
I
it
yeah.
highly doubt that the
David's
game
box?
would even fire up.
It's probably done in FNA.
Yeah,
Usually
either
games
a Flibbit
because
port
they
or
provide
it's
like a
done in
list of
FNA.
requirements.
But there was one thing about the graphics requirements that doesn't make a whole lot of sense because the
What's that?
minimum says OpenGL 2.1 plus
That's much
GL
better.
ARV frame
Look how
buffer object.
bright that is,
That's an
baby.
OpenGL 3
Bright.
extension. So it has to
Yes,
support
and-
at minimum OpenGL 3.
Not necessarily, because sometimes you have cards that have support for individual contexts. Sometimes you have partially complete drivers, like Mesa, for instance, that have implemented some features and not others. But in the end, it's really just
all
chess.
features. They won't even enable that particular version of OpenGL.
And anyways, though, the reviews in this are fucking hilarious. Though, if you want to take some time to read them, there's like no skins, only 2 teams, no DLC, no missions. Queen OP.
No story,
Oh,
no
that's-
gore.
I, for one, am waiting for the Game of the Year edition. That's definitely going to be a
Yeah,
thing.
but you know where is Steam Go, man? That's a real challenging game.
Yeah?
But let's get to
Sounds
Rocco Rhyme.
tricky.
Rocco Rhyme, it's right on time. It's tricky. No, it's not. It's tricky. It's just a shitty Android shovelware port of a snowboarding game.
Wareboarding.
You can see based on the Angry Birds controls on the top left-hand corner. It's brilliant. But yeah, it's a snowboarding game. It's your downhill slalom general type game. Dodge the obstacles. Oh my god, that's a monkey. Was not
Punch it.
expecting that. But you know, Ben, you were saying it's N64 quality graphics. I disagree. This is at least PlayStation 2.
I don't
Really bad
know. Well, call
bad
them B.
PlayStation.
The first thing I noticed was no online play, so I was like, oh, I don't care about it. Second thing, partial controller support coming from something that is currently free on the Android, well, not just called Play Store now. But it's free with in-app purchases. So when that's built into a game's DNA from Genesis, it's built to be pay to win. It never converts well back into, well, here's everything at one time, because those mechanics are at the core of the fucking game. There's no way you're going to have a decent time with this. I don't think so. But it's the second snowboarding game or something? I don't know. It's from Mixed.
Yeah, there was one
Oh, Soul
snowboarding
Ride.
game on Linux. Was Soul Ride. It was released in early 2000.
Yeah, like 2004, 2005. So.
No, even earlier than that, 2002 or something. And it had this snowboard controller you could stand on. But I don't know if anyone bought it.
I hope not.
No, I remember the skateboarding game that actually had like the fingerboard that you had to pop on your analog sticks on your PlayStation 2. That was an interesting game mechanic. I do miss SSX Tricky though. That was a fun skateboarding game. But you know what else is tricky? Running a Linux gaming podcast. It's expensive. It requires a lot of hardware. It requires hosting. It requires effort, and we could not do it without your lovely support, our lovely viewing audience,
Look at 'em
who give
all.
us money all the time. It's like Chris Fisher, the Atomic Ass, Jill Klinka, who's getting charged out the nose for XCOM 2, Truggleswix there. It's brilliant. We have no new Patreons this week, but if you want to head over to patreon.com/LinuxGamecast to help us out, we appreciate every little bit you give us. And even if you can't afford to give us some money, spread the word. But we do want to give some special thanks to a couple people who donated over PayPal, not Patreon this week. Number one is Element OP Productions. I was on their podcast last week, Everyday Linux, so they decided to try and bribe us. And they bribed me with a $25 Amazon gift card, too, so jokes on them. And also Sandy has decided to give us some money. He's still alive. We love him. Thanks a bunch for that, Sandman. We love it. But up next, we have a whole lot of shit to talk about regarding AMD, so stay tuned.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's the news! And in true LGC fashion, we start with some drivers. It's the Mesa drivers. Version 11 is officially out and about, so bug your package maintainers if it doesn't show up on your favorite distro's repos, because it's here and it provides OpenGL 4.1 to Nuvo's NVC 0, which is the Fermi architecture, and for the AMD driver, it's only
Radeon
for Radeon
SI.
SI cards. Yeah, so it's the 7K desktop cards or
War
graphics.
R600!
Yeah, R600, Intel. Come on, guys.
Oh, man.
And they have a couple of more fixes, some EGL introductions. They actually did a number of fixes on the Intel driver. You can check as usual. There will be a link in the notes with this release. You can read it. Have at.
One other cool thing they added was AMD GPU kernel support for the R600, R300, and Radeon SI drivers. So when AMD decides to get their shit together and implement their user space tools for AMD GPU, well, that'll be available for those cards. But yeah, no, people who are on R600 and Intel are still waiting for, OpenGL support. And the clock is ticking. I mean, there are Steam machines that were listed as having Intel Iris GPUs. If they do not have OpenGL, at least minimum for support, by November, those are going to flop. Period.
Yeah, that's one of the main features that's I don't have on my laptop, which has Intel GPU, is OpenGL4 Sports. It's one of the things I have on Windows, but not on Linux. And I do run the XO Edger's PPA, so I'm waiting on this supports to get full thing that I should have in my GPU.
I have actually been using Mesa 11 on the netbook, which is running Mint with the Xorg Edger's PPA. And on the work calculator, which is running Fedora 22, I have the Griever copper repo enabled. He also has been compiling the Git versions of Mesa, so I've had it there for a while, but no OpenGL4, no OpenGL 4.1.
You can force a couple of the contexts, but it's not going to be a complete support. And I mean, my Steam box has an R600 GPU. I cannot wait until we get like proper OpenGL4 support for that, because then I can run it. I can run like Linux games fairly well, and I can run Windows games through Wine using patched Wine on the DirectX hardware, which would be nice. It would improve its efficacy as an arcade box. But as it stands right now, it can just play Towerfall and FTL. But yeah, just because more AMD news. Radeon Technologies Group is being splintered from AMD proper so that they can focus exclusively on the GPU side of things. Because, you know, you want to remove your most profitable branch and put it away from the rest of the company. that at a time where it's hemorrhaging money. Now, that's not necessarily true. We don't know anything about their cash reserves and whatnot. But I am genuinely curious to see what this will actually do to the APU division. Like, how will that work out?
I don't know. I mean, I'm definitely wondering, oh, what does this really mean? Well, basically, they are just making a new vertical for the Radeon Group, and, what's his name? He came back from Apple.
Raja Kaduri.
Thank you. I would have butchered the balls off that one.
And his fabulous mustache.
Yes.
He's a very handsome man. Let's give him that.
Yeah.
My first thought is, you know, this is not really going to affect. This is going to let him be in charge of that. He's going to report directly to Madame Sue. So maybe they'll be able to sort that and get some things right. And do you think, maybe possibly, gentlemen, that we'll see some development on the Linux drivers?
Alright, the whole point was
You couldn't even finish that with
No, I
Multiply?
can't say that with a straight face. But
that, and there we go. See.
let's play speculation game. Maybe they're getting ready to sell the Radeon ATI bit? Maybe? Who knows?
Possibly. I mean, it makes sense that they would double down on the GPU bit, because that's where a lot of the innovation is actually happening. I mean, their CPUs haven't been cutting it for years. I was gonna actually use that as a transition to the next story, but do you guys have anything else you want to say?
I've had high hopes for AMD whenever there's a big change inside the company. I think I'm done with that now. Until I see some meaningful improvements with Linux specifically, I'm done.
Yeah, and
ATI just to mess with people.
just to mess with people. AMD, no ATI, no AMD. Ah! No, but you know, speaking of shitty Intel CPUs, there's a brand new AMD motherboard by our pals at MSI, the 990XA Gaming. And I don't know. So some of the power requirements are a bit weird because it won't support 200-watt CPUs, which are all the high-end AMD FX chips. At least like the ones that run at 4.x and 5 gigahertz and what have you. But it seems a bit weird. I don't know, because this late in the life cycle of AM3, the new sauce is coming out next year. It's going to be on FM2 or FM2 Plus or whatever the hell socket that AMD has cooked up this time around. But Ben, weren't you saying that they're actually pushing that to later at the end of the year?
Yeah, that's kind of the latest scuttlebutt, the rumor mills and all that speculation. The new Yellow Swag EP and extension AMD 32-core bit will, that's the current rumor that Global Foundries is having, like, we're not doing the 14-nanometer stuff. Maybe they'll license that, work with Samsung or anything with that business. But, I mean, that's the current word on the street, as they say in the marketing places, is that we will not see the new sauce until the end of next year. And I think Jordan said it best when he's like, well, that means I'm buying an Intel CPU next year.
Pretty much. That made my decision. That made my decision for me. Lucky me. But I mean, like, with the new sauce hitting market next year, a board like this is not worth it at the end of the game. At this point in the game, really, if your computer is currently on fire and you're in desperate need of a new machine, AMD machine, just suck it up and buy an Intel one because you'll get better performance out of it anyways.
Seriously, buy Intel.
Yeah,
Won't regret it.
it's no, it's this motherboard, the highest CPU with the stock coolers that you'll be able to run is the FX8370. I have the FX8370E, but my motherboard is a Asus Sabertooth R2 990FX also, which actually supports those, you know, the 9370s, the 9590s, all of that. Now, MSI, their decision to only include 6+2 VRMs when it comes to their power delivery instead of the usual 8+2 that most 990FX motherboards have, they've kind of doubled down and said, okay, maybe if you guys can have a aftermarket cooler or radiator for your processor, you can keep the thermals below 200 watts, you should be able to run the 9590 just fine.
I don't know.
But
I mean,
at that point,
go ahead.
at that point, you're spending almost the same money on that heatsink or radiator as you did on the motherboard, because this is a $120 motherboard.
And I mean, it
if you're
does
going
come
to
with
spend-
does come with USB 3.1, but you can just buy a card for less the cost of actually buying.
Yeah, you can buy an expansion card. Most motherboards, even 990FX ones, have the extra PCI slot. Or PCIe
yeah.
1X,
Yeah.
whatever.
It just definitely
about
seems
that,
like
yeah.
a very curious part to me.
Another vote I had.
You were saying, well, why
Yeah.
would you not buy Intel? Well, we've seen what has happened. Now that AMD's fallen behind, Intel's like, you know what? We'll price it at this much. Because that's why. We're the power company. Where are you going to go? And I remember the days before AMD had any competition with Intel, and, you know, you'd pay $500-600 fucking quid for a damn CPU, and we're getting back the top of the line. Intel CPUs are now over $1,000 fucking bucks, man. So, yeah, I'm worried, but
Well,
as far
for
as
that
this
X,
part,
fucking hell,
I mean,
man.
it doesn't even support the full yellow swag CPUs from AMD, so I don't know. If you're desperate, if you want something pretty behind your acrylic case, maybe. But
You sound a bit touchy, Ben.
I know, touch
Just
me,
a
baby.
bit.
Oh yeah,
It's
Your
a
thing.
Raspberry Pi
super cool,
that
man.
now has
I wanna
a
feel dirty.
$60 7-inch touchscreen display.
Oh my
And
God.
this is 2015, and it's nice to finally have a proper touchscreen that's not like 6 inches.
Giggity.
But there is one thing that
Dick
Ven actually
joke.
pointed out in notes that I first read the article I didn't notice, but then I went back and read it, and yeah, it's an 800 by 480 resolution,
Mm-hmm.
7-inch display, and they're currently
Yeah.
sold out. So I'm guessing, like the Raspberry Pi itself, you'll have to wait another 6 months or something before you can get your hands on it. But yeah, 800 by 480 is like 2007 EEE PC netbook resolution. You could
But-
probably
but-
get a 7-inch. You could get a 7-inch tablet with a 1280 by 800 resolution for that much money. Why can't you?
Yeah,
You know,
I mean,
Okay,
it is
that's
a
true.
tinker toy, and it's not really meant for like, oh, this is like a proper touchscreen you're going to use for your Raspberry Pi. It's for projects. It's for students. So I understand why they maybe would have gone with a lower resolution screen, but yeah, 720p would probably be ideal.
Hey now.
Um,
I'm proud of my
and Ben, you're
retro
saying something
Pi.
about touch-enabled
That
arm
was
games. Arm games.
awesome.
That was my first thought. I was like, well, maybe we can make a mobile gaming
Dang,
type thing. It's like,
man.
oh, do we have any touch and ARM games? It's like, well, you know, since we got the Unreal 4, maybe we'll get a Brick Simulator 2015.
Yeah!
Something like that. But,
Yeah, on the Raspberry.
yeah, I mean, it definitely could
Voiced by
happen.
Saint
Strider
John.
said something about 10 years.
John,
now.
whatever.
Yeah,
the
wanted
DLC,
this kind of stuff
The
for my
Rock.
home server.
Voiced by Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
I had a server and I wish I had something like this, like a little screen, not really touch enabled, but at least something to be able to monitor what was going on. And if I
No, if you
got
get the
one,
screen,
that's
it's the
probably
touch screen
what I would be using
that
it
we
for,
finally getting.
because I would get a Raspberry Pi to be used as a home server. And
A thought occurs actually now that you mention it. If you're using, a lot of people actually do use Raspberry Pis as like the center for home automation systems. This wouldn't actually be too bad if you were setting up a home automation system, just so you can futz
Yeah,
around
you
with
don't
like the
need a
temperatures
huge
and the
resol-
lights.
you don't need a huge resolution. You don't need HD or anything. Just something to display some for.
It would require
graphics.
some proper UI jiggering to get everything in there, though, because it's 800 by 480.
Big icons. Let's move on from that because we're talking about something that is completely unreal. About $3 million worth of assets released from the guys at Infinity Blade. They're just doing a complete asset dump. They're like, we love this. And Epic's like, yeah, we helped out with some of that. And we're going to give you all the stuff we made too. Just...
Yeah, well, it's like a $3 million investment.
Yeah, and they're doing it because they went like 3 weeks without doing something incredible, making me want to, gobble one of their members. And I'm like, here we go, that works. And but J9, you said you were kind of worried about some asset dumps in stores or could lead to bad things, maybe.
Yeah. It's nice that they actually Epic is committed to like providing high quality game development tools to everyone, because that lowers the barrier for entry. It allows more people to create high quality games that run on basically everything. That's just good for everyone, period. But we were talking last week about maybe there's going to be an Unreal ghetto. So with all these assets, and Unreal 4 does actually support drag and drop game
maybe
development.
there will be
shitty green light
so it could
games. Just the assets.
There isn't still. There's still a shit ton of Unity games coming out that are just basic asset flips, and we don't see a whole lot of those with Unreal, especially not on Linux.
Well,
so
there
like,
was that one Unreal game that basically took the racing track and had that one. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Those idiots.
It can happen.
Yeah.
Don't write it off, because it could be coming.
Yeah.
But you always got to wrap that rascal.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Maybe
get the plan B
real
going. Otherwise,
so
you're gonna end up with this.
No, The Binding of Isaac has got the Afterbirth update, number 23. And he's got a shit ton of new stuff, like a new game mode, 1,000+ new rooms, 10 totally new awesome challenges, or so he says, about 120 new items, 4 new alternate chapters, and apparently a new level generation C combo page. So good on him. It's from, if you don't know what Binding of Isaac is a Zelda-ish roguelite.
Yeah,
it's procedurally generated Zelda. That's really neat.
Strider, I don't know if you've ever played this. I know Empty has a raging clue for this game, and I just never got into it.
The first one, not the first one that was
I
Flash.
feel sorry for anyone who plays the
Yeah,
original.
the
little
one
bit.
Or Adobe Air or whatever it was.
Oh,
But this one, that's it was pretty good, but I don't have the new one. The one that's pretty good.
it's on Humble, so you can get it relatively cheap.
Oh god.
I like me some roguelikes, but for some reason the Binding of Isaac never really got to me. I like Dungeons of Dreadmore, Hack/Loot, Bionic News, Doom, the roguelike. I play that thing almost on a daily basis.
Well, if there's one thing we all know, where there's white flags, there's fire.
Actually,
Yeah, an open dungeon. It's
what? Open dungeons?
Dungeon Keeper open source reimplementation. It's got a new release.
Is it a re-implementation or is it just a open?
No, it's just inspired.
It's a standalone game. It's a standalone game.
Yeah, it's not. It doesn't use the assets of Dungeon Keeper. It's full new assets. They're made in Blender. All the models and everything, they're made in Blender. I don't know what engine they use.
It's Ogre. Ogre.
Oh,
I compiled it this morning, so I know it's Ogre.
And I wanted to put it on Lutris because that's what I do in my free time. And I looked it up, and it was already on Lutris. Some guy, the guy who was the Magia.
He read your mind.
I'd already put it there. And then I said, it's for the old version, so I'll update it. And then I looked at the download options, and there it was. There they already had the link for the Lutris page already to download and use. that was awesome.
So,
So what I
did
did-
you wipe? So did you wipe their mouths off after they were done doing that, or did you just believe it staying on there?
So I just updated the installer for the latest version, and that was all. And I tried the game after that using the Lucas installer, and the game sig faulted after a few minutes. So I guess it's not totally stable yet.
Well, Pedro, since you hate open source games, tell us about
I
it. What
do
is it about?
not.
You hate open source games, Pedro.
My
You hate them
biggest
so
gripe
much.
with this one is the stilted character animations, because I was looking at the video tutorial that they have there, and I'm like, when the characters start moving around, they don't really move.
This feels
They're
weird.
just
just
hovering.
rotate this back. What? There you
It's
go.
2015.
Well, it's basically a little
Amazing.
dungeon crawler, and before you start hating on open source games like you normally do,
Yeah.
send your hate mail to Pedro at linuxgamecast.com.
I play this
Make
shit.
sure to copy
Some,
Roy
you
at
know,
AMD.
Doom the roguelikes.
This update basically brings fire, a couple of new maps, and some business like that. You can check that out, opendungeons.github.io. That's going to be in our show notes, along with everything else. #Zergs.
Oh yes. Yeah, you ever thought to yourself, man, I really want to play some StarCraft, but
Nope.
I don't have my cracked copy that I
Not
downloaded
once.
off Kazaa
Never
millions
happened.
of years ago handy. Well, now you can play it in the browser. This is the StarCraft. Wow, they're totally gonna get taken down for that. That is like outright trademark infringement. My God. But this is an HTML5 implementation of StarCraft. It looks kind of similar.
What?
There's some things that are a little different in
The
terms
fuck?
of just the UI, but yeah, it's StarCraft in the browser, which I think is really cool. It's cool that people are experimenting with open HTML5 canvas and whatnot. Strider, we're gonna get into an argument, so I'll let you.
Yeah, it's not all complete. It's just more like
Did I
a
say
tech
something?
demo
Never mind.
rather than the full game. It's not all the full game. It's just yeah, it got the basics of the engine. I tried it like locally and some other copy also elsewhere, and you can play. You can play. It will. Well, engine works, but it's not StarCraft. It's engine. Well, it's some parts of the engine of StarCraft, and it's just basically a HTML canvas tech demo at this point. So if you want to play StarCraft, like an open source version of StarCraft, you've got Strategos, the Strategos engine.
Ah, crafty Strider, avoiding the bit that Jordan was going to tear you a new one for.
Well,
Once.
fine. You can catch all that in the show notes. Up next, we Terror Company Heroes. No, you wanna have this fight? You wanna
Well,
tussle? You wanna wrestle? Let's wrestle.
Oh,
Let's wrestle.
I don't really appreciate web games altogether.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I don't find it a good platform for gaming. altogether. So even-
I think it's a very important platform for gaming. I think removing platform as like an actual barrier for access is an important thing. And don't write off mobile games. Lots of people play them. They generate a lot of money on Facebook and whatnot. And if we can move away from Flash and into open technologies like HTML5
Yes,
that run well in a browser,
HTML5.
hell, you can play FTL in a browser. That's awesome. I don't own it because I would go into the bathroom and never leave and starve to death.
yeah, but
Like-
not really HTML, but you know what types of game you got.
Yeah,
on
it's
mobile.
like ASM.js and whatnot, but it's still really cool technology, and I think it should be explored. I think that that web as a platform for game delivery is something that has a lot of merit and could be turned into
And
something very cool
everyone
in the
has
future.
a browser.
Just not ready yet.
Yeah.
Just not ready. It's just not up to their.
Okay, what's
But-
coming up next?
Yeah,
Moving
up,
on.
up next, like I said, we're throwing chairs at Company of Heroes 2, which actually works this week. Or does it? I know.
Oh, yes.
Company
two
of
of the
Heroes
strategy games
faces
on Linux
The
anyway.
Chairquisition. This is a game developed by Relic Entertainment and ported by Feral Interactive. It's on the SS Engine 3.0. It's priced at £34.99, $39.99 US wet stinkies, and $43.99 filthy Canadian dirt dollars. And what is it? Powered by the Essence 3.0 engine, Company of Heroes 2 features some unique mechanics rewarding thoughtful players, from the true sight system that emulates the unit's line of sight to a cover system that encourages clever unit placement. The game presents players with an uninterrupted stream of meaningful tactical choices that can turn the tide of a war. And Beryl gave us some keys for this. This was supposed to be a review last week, but they've solved the problems, and now we're talking about it this week. So it faces the Chairquisition. Of course, as always, one chair means that it's garbage. 2 chairs means that it's pretty is meh. 3 chairs means that it's pretty good. 4 chairs means shut up, take my money. It's amazing. And we have our categories of Doom mixed with the working shiny sounds, controls, and fun. And what's that? We have a player 4 this week. It's Strider, creator of Lutris, who's wearing a towel on his head, and I'm gonna avoid making
Towels with blankets.
whatever. Let's kick this off. Mixed with the working Ben. How'd it do?
How'd it do on the Octo-Core 8150 AMD? We're going to be saying that a lot. Along with disclaimer, AMD. 4K display, 980 powered, Ubuntu 1404 LTS box of the business. Well, here's the thing, Brad. It works, but poorly. Don't worry.
No.
What do you call it? Indiana Jones. You chose poorly.
Poorly. I'm going to give it 4 chairs just because it's not broken. I mean, it does everything it says on the tin, but poorly. J-Baby.
Yeah, on the hex core AMD 1090Ti with the NVIDIA GTX 980 on. I have a couple NVIDIA drivers back, but they're still pretty recent. Running Fedora 2264-bit. It works reasonably well. There are a lot of performance issues, but that doesn't factor into mix with the working. That the game runs, all the options work, and so on and so forth. So I'm going to give it 4 chairs.
Yeah, there was a thing about that. I mean, frame rate is not exactly a graphics thing, it's a performance thing. That should probably we should start mentioning that in the mix with the working, but that's beside the point. If you want to play this game on an AMD processor, trust me, disable the Steam overlay. The in-game benchmark was very revealing regarding that particular fact. The rest of the game last week didn't work. This week it actually did. I managed to play through the first couple of missions, so I suppose that's 4 chairs worthy on Corora 21 64-bit with the FX 8370E overclocked at 4.2 gigahertz and the GTX 970 Strix. 4 chairs.
Okay, so I didn't have any problem running the game since day 1. Running on the i7 4790K, and it could run better, but runs pretty well as it is. And I compared it to the Windows version, all the 3.0 version of the Windows version, and it runs
Not Windows 3.1.
No, on Windows 8 and the version 2.0 of the game, and it ran with a difference of 6 FPS with the advantage in Windows. So not a great difference, but I'm the only one in the review with high-end Intel speed. So that's what makes the real difference.
The Intel guy. Yeah, man.
So how many chairs does it get, Matthew?
So I'll give it 4 chairs because no real problem.
Good boy. Let's give him a round of applause, folks. No, I was
Give
thinking
him
we
the
should actually
high hand.
Wow, I hate you guys.
high hand. Yes, the high hand. The high, dude, my hand is so high right now. No, we should get like the spoiler zone, except it's the AMD CPU zone graphics. But anyways, that's 4 chairs for mix with the working. Up next is the shinny and the sounds. So then, did it shin?
And did it sound? Boy, well, then let's just start out. No, I just gotta say this. This game is hella CPU limited. We can take a look here. That this is high. This is what it detected running at 1080p. So I'm getting maximum 42 FERPs. Well, let's switch that over to 4K. Well, nope. Actually, I take that back. This is running at everything on Nope. So this is 1080p, everything cut down to Lego. And you're wondering, What are you thinking about? Is it using everything? Yes, it's multi-threaded like a mofo, but we're looking at the 8150 here. It's not maxing it out, though, now is it? But you're thinking, well, it's just not, it's maxing out your 980. Psst, wrong. 26% GPU utilization in that business. Now, I know the 8150 Black, even though it's clocked at 4 gigahertz, which is not technically an overclock because it has a speed boost to 4.2.
Whatever.
It's not a great gaming CPU, but I don't have anything in my box out of the 300 and plus games I have right now that are really genuinely unplayable. And why did I have to just waste all your time with this? Because I had to put this thing down to Atari Jaguar settings. I mean, in order to just try to experience it. And it was pretty rubbish at that. I mean, graphically, at that setting where it's kind of almost playable but not quite, it looks like a brown simulator, a brown glass of rewarmed mag, because I mean, let's face it, with everything on yellow swag, it doesn't look that great either. And a lot of people are looking at it going, why is this thing chewing up all this shit? I mean, it's not really doing anything fancy. And at best,
Call of
it's
Duty.
just an overhead Petro simulator. I definitely got to say that. Thanks for throwing that
Borderlands
at
1.
Graphically, like putting it into your eye pussies, I would say ZAD almost is the more appealing when it comes to that business. And as for the sounds, well, I gotta say this. After watching my FERPs constantly dip below 20 with a 980, the game gave me tinnitus, so I was unable to mothering him. So, what you think is like shiny and sounds? They work. That's all I'm going to say about it. They work. 2 chairs.
I mean, if you compare it to like another 3D RTS like StarCraft, StarCraft runs circles around this in the graphics department, right? As it stands, the game is your standard RTS little man simulator. You have your little dudes running around, so on and so forth. The details in the terrain, though, kind of bug me because it's supposed to have this really awesome cover system, except it's not really apparent if you don't pay attention to your little mouse track what kind of cover you're going to be getting. Things that seem solid aren't actually solid, so on and so forth. Yeah, and the performance is really, really terrible. I'm averaging about like 20 to 24 frames a second. That may be because of my 5-year-old AMD CPU, which Feral has had some issues with in the past. I don't know. The sounds are kind of meh. I don't know. Like, if the soundtrack is not really good, I just sort of tune it out and I don't really pay attention to it. The sound effects were about all right.
Disrespecting the composers.
Not really much else to say.
Anyhow,
It's really
so
kind
much
of
effort the
especially
developers
for like
put
the price
together.
tag and for what's supposed to be AAA quality. Yeah, you're really only getting 2 chairs for this.
Yeah, the music got note real fast.
Okay.
To give you some
Maybe it was
background, I spent
repetitive.
most of my
Never mind.
tweens playing World War II theme games like Medal of Honors and Call of Duties, the first ones that came around, and a bunch of
Yeah.
others. So the moment I start to hear that marching rhythm with the horns and everything else, no, that got no right then and there. From, the benchmark was kind of revealing last week. I couldn't actually play the game, but I ran the benchmark a couple of times just to test some settings, see if I could get something playable without having to look at the Lego simulator like Ben called it earlier.
Jeez.
Everything looked brown. It's got a weird gray brown. It's not very appealing. When you get in game, it's actually slightly more colorful with the UI elements, but the game itself is still just brown, gray, mud, destroyed buildings.
War is not colorful.
Yeah, no.
It's colorful. It's really red.
No.
I tried to
Play
watch some
Advance
multiplayer
Wars.
games
That's
to see
a
if
colorful
I don't
war
like
simulator.
RTSs, so maybe if I see someone else who actually knows what they're doing play it, maybe they'll change my mind.
Orange stuff.
Yeah, multiplayer is only Linux, so there was no one playing it on Linux, and I could not watch it. 2 chairs.
So yeah, the games run well enough to be fully playable on the A7. So we're talking about 30 FPS or above, between 30 and 50 FPS. So it's enough for an RTS game. You don't really need to have those 60 FPS frame going on all the time. Other than that, the graphics look okay. They're not super colorful or anything, but then again, it's World War II themed game, not
I'll
young
have war,
cats
son.
simulator. So the of course doesn't have any rainbows or anything, but looks good enough. Then again, yeah, it's for RTS game. You don't expect anything.
Keep forgetting to do
Great.
your mouse, man.
And the music, the sound effects, were
What's
okay.
that gotta do with
Didn't
games,
mind
man?
them. The voice acting were okay. The sound effects were okay. So I'll give it 3 cheers.
Okay, so that averages out to about 2 cheers for shiny and sounds. Up next is Control. Then, did you feel like you were in control?
This is your standard fare. I mean, it'd be kind of interesting. You know, we're going to get the Steam Areola controllers in our handle in soon to see how this will translate. But what we're dealing on right now is reality. This is your standard gerbil and keyboard fare. Everything works.
Reality.
It's remappable and all that. But this is not necessarily a new rule. This is a Venn rule. Any game that starts out with a standard mapping for my panning and tilting with the camera on the mothering arrow keys. Because, hey, are you playing it like this? Meh. I mean, unless you're left-handed, because you that well, I'm left-handed, but I learned to use the gerbil with my right hand. So I got to remap all that. Anytime I have to go through that trouble just to play the damn game, you're going to lose a chair. But everything else, I mean, it completely works. It's just that extra bit of fuck you. That's why I don't like that. In all fairness, Dota does the damn same thing. You know, you
That's
immediately,
what I'm
because you want to
concerned
hit
about,
laws, that's where things should be. Since they've been
Developers
there
have to
since
keep
the
in
beginning
mind.
of time.
Think about the left-handed people.
Oh,
think
yeah,
about
no,
the blind
the
people. Think
control
about the
placement
hearing
would be
impaired people.
especially
Think about all that.
the
It's a lot to
arrow
keep
keys.
track
It was
of,
funny
but
too, because
it
when I was
helps.
testing out that open dungeon thing,
Reach your
I
eyes,
hit was
I
with the
guess.
camera, and lo and behold, it actually worked. But one thing to note is
Oh, yeah,
that the
make
camera is
your
actually
text
pretty
bigger,
funky,
for
because you can
fuck's
adjust
sakes,
like
if
the
your
height and
TV
the
is
tilt and
not
and
that
whatnot.
big enough.
If you fuck that up, the game is essentially unplayable.
Goddamn.
Good luck trying to find your original state for that. I've been informed by my roommate, who plays a lot more real-time strategy than I do, that all the standard keyboard shortcuts most RTSs have are there. And I mean, I tried them out. They do work, and they're sanely mapped, aside from the whole camera pan thing. So that is a thing. One additional note is that when you're running the game at 4K, it is really annoying to pan the camera across the entire fucking screen.
Drag the gerbil. Showtime.
Yeah, so I mean, drag the gerbil, drag the waters. I'll give it 3 cheers.
3
Controls
cheers?
are acceptable.
Okay. Alright.
Yeah, I suppose it controls like you'd expect an RDS game to control. It could use better indicators for where your units are going when you have multiple squads selected. It happened more than once that I'd have like 2 squads and I wanted to move them behind cover, and you don't get the teeny tiny indicators on the ground to say, yeah, here they're in cover, here they're sort of in cover, here, yeah, they're just gonna get shot. But they could probably fix that, and it got a couple of my squads nope right then and there in the first couple of missions. So I'm gonna have to then get a chair for that. Should be easy enough, but yeah, 3 chairs.
No, yeah, I really can't complain about anything. I'm not really a big RTS player, but from the few I've played, it's really similar from this one. Yeah, gets a little bit get used to the arrow keys. Used to move with was, but yeah, that's playable. I didn't try to remap anything, so it was pretty much okay with the different controls. I'll give it 4 cheers.
Alright, so that averages 3 cheers, 4 controls. And finally, the part that you've been waiting for. Fun! Ben, did you enjoy yourself? Was it crap? Tell us about it.
Yeah.
Preach.
I like me some real-time strategy. You know, I was like, yeah, this is nice. We'd have fun with it. And we're just going to start with this. Company Heroes 2 seems hella demanding for what it is. Hell, it's practically unplayable on my AMD 8150. Out of the 325 games, this is the only one that consistently fails to achieve 30 FERPs.
Whoa.
Seriously, I'm not talking about 4K with YOLO,
Okay.
SWAC, and Dorito enabled. Nay, I'm talking 1080 with everything turned down to Lego. On average, I'm usually hovering around 24 and watching the slideshow. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's not exactly what I would call fun. Now, I'm not blaming Feral. It's not their job to rewrite the engine itself. Their job is to get it ported to Linux. And they did a good job because the Windows version runs like equal shite on AMD CPUs. But to put a bow on this, I guess what I'm trying to say at the end of the day, take a shot, is I don't know if the game is air quotes fun. Not because anything wrong with the game, simply because if I had purchased this, it would have been refunded in the first 30 minutes. So, I'm sorry, one chair.
See, I'm not the best judge for real-time strategy games, considering I hate them with the passion. I do not have the attention span to, like, track multiple skirmishes and coordinate them. That is just not my dice.
Fucker, you can barely play pinball.
Yeah. Oh, we'll get to fucking pinball. Yeah, I mean, I played some Command & Conquer and StarCraft back in the day, but I never really got into it. I was never particularly good at it. I mean, aside from the horrendous performance issues, it looks like a completely done RTS. I mean, I did a couple. I did the first couple, or no, I did the tutorial mission, and I played a couple skirmish rounds. But when it's like, okay, capture all the points and then hold them for 20 minutes, yeah, no, not doing that. You get maybe 10 minutes. You get the 15 minutes out of me to actually capture the rally points. And yeah, I'm done. I can't do it anymore. I just, when all is said and done, I didn't enjoy the game. It does not speak to me as a gamer. If you like RTSs, you may want to give this boy a shot, but $40 is pretty steep, and so I'd wait for a sale. And we're really we have no dearth of real-time strategy games under Linux, so I would say I'm going to give this one chair. I just didn't have fun. It's not going to change anyone's mind about RTSs.
Qualifier, I do not like real-time strategy games. I don't. I started the game and I'm like, okay, I know nothing about RTSs. Let's do the tutorial. Oh, there's a bunch of video tutorials, and there is literally one playable tutorial mission. Huh. Okay, I mean, it's been proven time and time again that people learn better by doing instead of watching other people do something. But maybe it's just me. Maybe I wouldn't need a tutorial if I was a real big, real-time strategy fan. But guess what, Brad? I'm not. And this game is doing nothing to change my mind. On Steam, according to the reviews on the store page, it has 78% of its over 19,000 reviews saying it's good. So take my opinion for what it is. Turns out that either Feral or Sega done goofed when setting the Steam depots, because when I redeemed my key from Feral that they left in their press area for me, since I was using the Steam beta, it tied my account to the free weekend depot. So that's the reason both me and Jordan could not play it last week. When I finally managed to play it, I finished the first couple of missions, and you know what? I didn't hate it. I'm not going to play any more of it, but as far as real-time strategy real-time strategy games that I've played go, it's not terrible. It did absolutely nothing to change my mind regarding this genre, but it wasn't terrible. 2 chairs.
It's your cordon bleu.
So yeah, I'm really not that good at this type of games. I mean, I started the missions, the campaign on easy, and I failed the second mission. I did get through the first, but the second one I played almost to the end, but then I got my ass kicked. But this doesn't make it a bad game. It's just me that suck at these type of games. But yeah, tried a couple similar games, and from what I saw, it's done well. It's what you could expect from a RTS game today. So yeah, it does. I want to play some more of this, even if
So
I
you
don't-
added this year's
I do
musical.
suck at those type of games. I do want to get back to it and play a couple more hours, and maybe even try to finish the campaign if I can manage to do that. But so which means a lot, given I'm not a big fan of either RTS games
Shit.
or World War II games
Yeah,
altogether.
the voice chat is so bad.
I don't know if this is something we mentioned, but there's no multi-platform multiplayer game.
Oh, really? No.
Because Feral couldn't manage to implement it because of the yeah, because of basic math, very specific to the platform. Like there were some libraries specific to Windows and libraries specific to Mac OS and Linux, so they couldn't get multiplayer working for multi-platform.
So Strider, if you had to put it in a nutshell, what would your opinion be on the fun factor of this game?
Yeah, altogether it's pretty fun. I'll get back to it. I'll give it a couple more hours. So 3 chairs. 2 chairs.
All right, so that ends up being 1 chair for fun, and because no one did basic math before the beginning of the show, I had to do that really quickly. It's 2 chairs finally for Company of Heroes 2. So, gentlemen, final thoughts.
A couple things is something Strider pointed out, and I think it's a very real thing. If you're going to be dropping that much wet stinky cash on this game, 70% of your fuck-mothering screen real estate once you start it should not be dedicated to try to sell you shit.
That's a very conservative percentage.
Like I said, conservative, more like 80 maybe. Not Feral's fault. Not Feral's fault. Sega's fault. I mean, it is just everything. Buy more shit. And all that. To mention Feral, we did have performance issues with AMD CPUs with Shadow of Mordor. But,
Yes.
as I had to think of the notes, the performance degradation of Shadow of Mordor was smooth. It kind of gave you a slow-mo effect. You never got real choppiness, and it played itself off because a lot of kill attacks and shit like that in that game were slow-mo anyway, with your kill scenes and shit. You noticed it, but it didn't stop you to play it. This actually suffers from real-world herky-jerks on AMD CPUs. Feral knows this. If you go back to their Twitter, they bought some AMD CPUs, and they're like, that's Feral. They're good people. They're going to look into this. I don't know. If they can fix it, it's not really their responsibility to unfuck what Sega did. It's not. Their responsibility is to get it ported. One thing that, a lot of people are, I'll agree with P-Man, is multiplayer. I've started that thing 12 times. There is no one on there. And I didn't want to play multiplayer. I just wanted to watch other games. You can't even...
It gives you the option to watch other people.
Right, you can watch other people, but no one... it's only Linux to Linux. I can only imagine it's worse on the Mac side, but I have never seen anyone... And I wanted to do what Pedro was talking about, I want to see how this game's played. I want to watch some other people go at this. You're not going to be able to do that, so keep that in mind. P-Baby?
Yeah, no, you basically hit the nail on the head on this one. It's not Feral's fault that the game is designed to try and sell you DLC. That one's on Sega. That one's riding on Sega completely.
Hey, now Sega's just not
from
doing
Feral's
so well,
part, it's
realistically.
They have now
They
bought
got
a bunch of AMD
Chinko
processors
machines,
and GPUs.
a bit of PSO2 in
A
this
couple of
Japan
new Intel
side, and that's
processors
it.
and some new NVIDIA cards
Those
as well
strategy
to
games.
enhance their Linux test beds. They
Just
kind of
so
need
bad.
to get those up and running
Damn,
and
man.
fix. Well, I wouldn't
What
say
they
fix
have.
this one. Just fix
Fix
Shadow of Mordor, please.
Final thoughts, Frenchie.
Yeah, and there was this funny thing. I did some testing on the Windows version, and I
Betrayer, burn him.
I have Windows installed to the
Are you
benchmark.
saying you surrendered to Windows?
Heretic! How dare you face the chairs?
And lies!
And I noticed this thing is that there is a beta of Company of Heroes 2 on Steam, which is the version we have on Linux, which is version 2.0. And this version has very little difference, at least on Intel, with the Linux version. As I said earlier,
It's not exactly on
just-
parity, and you were talking about the beta thing, and there's something I want everyone to
Oh,
know.
yeah, I
I
already
think
have
the main
Skullgirls
reason we brought
installed.
Strider
I can
on
try that
is
now.
because we wanted to give a fair
Not on this
comparison to
workstation.
we
Goddamn
can
no.
explain how it performs with a high-end
Yeah.
Intel CPU,
I'll just
and
do it
I
on
mean
my
it does
PC.
run, doesn't it?
It does on, and there's this thing is there's the Windows version, the current
It's already downloaded. I
version
can
is
just put it on my
version
phone drive. It's my
4.0, and in
shitty gaming
Windows it
computer.
runs really better than version 3.0. So where's that version on Linux? That's the big question. Will Feral ports version 4.0 of the game from Linux?
Yeah, and I mean, like, what going back to Pedro's point about the multiplayer, Aspire figured that out with Borderlands 3 sequel on day one, and that has a lot more shit going on, like,
Oh,
globally
yeah.
than-
But in all
Then,
fairness, I mean, they were working with the Unreal 3 engine, which is
yeah,
far
true.
better known than whatever Sega poops out.
Yeah, this is like some
Essence.
custom RTS engine.
Right.
But again, Aspire figured it out. Feral has a lot more money than Aspire. Feral has a lot more resources than Aspire.
They're still
and at the
working
end-
on it.
And at the end of the day, this is a game. If you like real time strategy and you're on Linux, maybe check it out. Maybe hold off and wait and see if Feral can address some of the performance issues. If you don't like RTSs, you're not really gonna have fun. So in short, Company Heroes 2, 2 chairs. Strider, 0 chairs because he has a Windows boot partition. Up next, we talk about anti-aliasing, pinball, and the Mac gaming segments.
Wizards.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's the hate mail. And we didn't get actual hate mail this week, but
Boo.
we do have something we'd like to talk.
Well, we
Yay.
don't mind it when people scream back in our directions,
Yeah.
hence allegations. and
we
things,
love
better
it.
weapons.
You know, we'd love some feedback, some actual feedback for once.
Because it
But,
gives us
yeah.
content.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
you
it
guys'
is
content.
still my favorite segment of the show. If you don't know how to get in touch with us, you should. It's Linux Gamecast contact, fill out the thing. It's easy enough. If you're trying to promote a game, send us keys, send us a build, send us something we can play around with. We'll be happy to promote you. How does that sound?
Sounds like a
Good.
hate mail.
So,
Alright, so this
Random Mouse
this one's
key.
from. Go for it.
all right, so this was actually a comment on last week's show that said that for all these Linux numbers, our player base apparently being tiny compared to everything else, I would love to see how the Linux numbers compare to Mac. I don't see anyone saying to not bother with Mac support, yet I would think Mac numbers are small too. Well, they are. They're like 3%.
Well, let me tell you something, Brad. Honestly, Mac, I hate to say it, is a dwindling market. You're either stuck with Iris Pro graphics or the AMD video cards that came in that rubbish bin that nobody bought. Innovating. And, you know, considering that Linux is something that people must go out of their way to install, unlike Windows and the Oxes, and SteamOS is still talking about, that we are almost at 1%.
Phone is dying.
94%.
Hold on.
Steam,
The
Linux users?
0.94%.
0.94. All right, 94%. Yeah, decimals, bitches. It's hella impressive.
I
that
missed
we're,
the point.
that we're
Charge that thing back up. When do I work again? Who cares? I should do that. I should get some snacks, but that means I have to mute my mic. Yeah, I'll have to do that. Thanks a lot anyway. Okay.
We're genuinely at that point, J-Baby.
Yeah, one other thing to consider about Macs is that the Mac segment there isn't really so much like a gamer segment. There's no such thing as a Mac gamer. People who buy Macs specifically to play games. It's more people who own Macs and happen to want to play a couple games.
I know a lot of developers that they got their gaming rig, but they got their MacBook Pro. I mean, for a lappy, that's a well-be piece of kit.
Exactly. And if you are a software developer, the only way you can legally develop on all three primary platforms, Windows, Mac, and Linux, is to in fact use Mac. But yeah, and that's really it. A lot of the Mac segment is just these sort of incidental, casual users. There are a lot of diehards in the Linux community, but again, until we start getting market penetration of Steam machines, nothing is.
Yeah, they don't seem to care because the whole virtual programming thing, the Warper thing has been around for years on Mac, and they don't seem to care. I mean,
because it's a less technical crowd, and they're saying, and in their very valid opinion, something is better than nothing.
I mean, well, I mean, it's two different communities. I mean, we all remember that train wreck of The Witcher 2 when the virtual programming walked in there giving the, oh yeah, we'll treat them like Mac users and tell us it's nothing like wine or anything like, and they got crushed when people telling them exactly what the fuck was wrong.
Yeah.
I was one of those people. I posted a screenshot on The Witcher 2 saying, here's it running with your version, and it was just my desktop. Here's it running with wine. See the difference?
No, you mean one worked?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Oh, snap!
Christopher,
Damn.
he writes in, well, let's talk about some pinball wizards. No unicorn wizards. Now that I have the attention of at least one person on the submission image, you did it right, Brad. I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Christopher Hogg, a solo indie developer who created and released games such as Tits, Hamster Tits, and Domino Tits. I thought you may be interested.
fuck?
Winks.
Nate?
My first greenlit game, Hyperspace Tits, Pinball, coming to Steam on September 30th. Hyperspace Pinball for Steam's arcade shooter. For Windows, Mac, Linux, pinball controls, 20 challenging, beautifully rendered levels, and
advertising.
well, Brad, you absolutely did it right. You ticked off all the check boxes, and you crossed your T's and dotted your lowercase J's. You sent us 3 keys for
Hyperspace Pinball.
Yeah.
I was actually kind of hoping for Hamster Chase, but it's just me.
Yeah, unfortunately. This is coming out on the 30th. We've all had a chance to play around with it. I didn't mind it. It's got some very dodgy setups when it comes to getting a controller to work. But Jordan, you said I was talking crazy sauce for wanting to use a controller to play a pinball game.
For pinball, yeah.
Yes, because you normally play pinball machines with your keyboard.
Oh, at least with buttons on the side of my keyboard.
I mean, you walk around with your keyboard all the time, and you plug it right into the USB thing on the pinball machine, so you can hit your control buttons, right?
Obviously.
machine
triggers of your controller.
No, but It's all well and good. It's but I mean, you know, it really doesn't help a pinball game. A bunch of exploding particle effects that look exactly like your ball that will just randomly appear after it hits something. I don't know. It's good that you actually reached out to us, and it's good that you're putting yourself out there. But like the pinball mechanics in this game don't really work out because it ultimately becomes a crapshoot. If you fire your ball at like one of the enemies, it'll just spike it back down to the point where your paddles can't hit it. That's kind of bad.
Yeah. And the slowdown when you hit like five or six things before the ball comes down to touch the flippers themselves. The game does a weird like slowdown
Matrix
effect.
bullet time thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's on a game that's all about precision and timing. You're screwing up everyone's timing at that point.
Yeah, it's not like pinball requires coordination and being able to detect.
I didn't actually mind the game. I mean, it's a different thing. You can't fault somebody for trying something different. I mean, this is like Galaga.
No.
This is Galaga Pinball. I mean, that's what this is. Jordan was going to squirrel. Too many things going on. I looked at that a bit different. I mean, I put like 30 minutes into just like cocking around. I was like, it's challenging. I'll give that. I do like a good challenge. Good job. You got your plug in. Frenchie, what did you think? I'm just kidding. You didn't get a key.
On that bombshell.
Let's cue the music. You can always find us normally around 9:30 Eastern Standard Moon Time. I'm Vin Stone. You can cleverly find me. I guess if you're quite intelligent. At Vin Stone on the Twitter nets plus Vin Stone on the G pluses.
Jordan Swung. You can stupidly find me at Burning Pool on Twitter plus Jordan Swung on Google Plus.
You know, you can averagely find me at unaccounted for on Twitter or plus Twitter Mateos on Google Plus because I am the one and only Plage Marissa.
And I'm Striker, and you can find me on Eucharist.net and download it and test it.
I really like how you just plugged your shit as opposed to saying that.
Well, I mean, he's on the freaking show. Plug your shit, man. Lutris, it plays your games awesome. It'll suck your cock too. Lutris.net.
It will.
At Strikor on the Twitters, plus Yekul on the G pluses. So I guess at the end of the day, beautiful party people, we just got to keep one thing in mind, and that's Strider didn't get to play the pinball game.
Let's all point and laugh at him.
Surrender.
Jeez.
Omelette go from off.
Jeez Louise, am I right?
Am I right, zing? No respect.
5 dudes.
Is that next? Right in front of me? Because I need to catch up. Hold on. That's 160. Is that 161? Yeah. Okay, let's catch up here. This one, next. I don't give a shit. There you go.
Welcome back to another Linux Gamecast Weekly, the show that covers the latest Linux gaming news, reviews, how-tos, and most importantly,
it's 360p, that's fine.
This week, Mighty Number 9 is available for pre-order. Expect it sometime in 2016. Possibly. Maybe? Question mark. And Unreal Tournament resurrects Facing Worlds. That's right. F you, free time.
AMD takes after our esteemed competition, tries to erase slip-up from the internet. Good luck with that. It's not the size that counts, but we take some time to compare the size of Gabe's areolas. And Unity releases a new Linux build. But for how long?
Sama lets you preload. If you've lost your mind and pre-ordered it, there's a new version of FGLRX in the wild, only instead of memory leaks, it had game announcement leaks. KOTOR 2 has some rad new achievements. They're so full of YOLO swag, I almost bought a cap and some bling.
I'm Vin Stone here in Athens, switching the bits, making this nightmare fuel, joined every week by our team Canadian podcaster.
I didn't have a burp. I thought I was going to burp. That failed.
So you fail, son. All over place won't you go? A man who's been pre-gaming, drinking just a bit early. And together with Shot Realm Dynamic, the trolliest of trolls, the worst of worst, the zombie demon hordes, they are there, and together, we form a bit
Holy
of a
shit.
cocaine
I'm so
vulture.
tired. Oh, no.
Before we get started, let's see what's going on in each other's life organs. J-Baby, what's up?
Not much. Just work with our PCI audit. So lots of staying late and making sure that I can show up to work and get paid again next week. But I hear you had some celebrity running.
A little bit. You might know him as Captain Slow, James May, or the Shaggy guy from Top Gear. Anyway, he posted a picture on the Twitter nuts, and it's like, oh, look, maybe they're working on the new show. That's great. It's brilliant. Hope you guys don't overproduce it like you did after Series 10, and it just got a bit stupid. And he wrote me back. I mean, I squeed so much, he probably had to mop some of it off the floor, to be honest with you.
I heard it from Canada.
I know, it was brilliant. I also bent the living out of myself, because it turns out the top of the heating element's a bit warm.
Yeah,
I learned that one.
Hot stove is hot.
You'd
Who knew?
expect that.
What's up, E-Man?
How drunk are you?
Not a whole lot. It's been work, and I managed to get the native Linux version of Neverwinter Nights. You know, that game from 2002, 2003.
Wow, that game?
Running on Core 21, so yeah.
I know, man.
I was pretty happy with myself.
Somebody would have thought you managed to do something important the way you were spamming that.
Yeah.
I know, right?
It's almost as if it was actually a fairly decent port, but still works and doesn't really take all that much effort.
It kind of takes a lot of effort. Kind of does.
Well, something that doesn't take a lot of effort, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, is the horse. The steamy horse.
Yeah, you know, the horse's numbers are a bit inflated. They're not truly representative of what it truly is. It's our Steam!
Oh man, check this out. Valve hits a landmark. 1,500 games available on Steam. And guess what? 6 of them are not complete rubbish. This comes from Oz Technically. You can always find this business in our show notes. Really not a lot to say about this, but look down there at the bottom.
You gotta love the fake terminal output, though.
The,
wget.
Chi Dean,
WGET
editor
DF.
of Linux gaming news site Root Gamer. I'm just picking on She would love you. I just like that they quoted you in there. Oh man, Terminal Moon Code. Ooh, that's a big thing. I gotta say, I mean, if I had to talk to 1999 or 2000, then he was seriously bawling with like 7 Loki titles. Like, we're good, man. Total with that business. But now I have like 325 games available in my library. So I'm kind of happy about that. You guys have any thoughts on this?
Yeah, we need some Steam machines so that we can actually get more big name games on the platform. That would be nice. But I gotta say,
yeah.
I wonder how this article would have turned out if they got Morty, a Sandy quote as opposed to a Che quote.
No, I'm not even going down that road. Next!
Alright, well,
Okay.
someone got the Steam controller, and he's showing it off in comparison to some of the other controllers. This was a post on Imgur about a week ago, actually. And he got his Steam controller early in the mail, so he's comparing it to the Wii U controller, the PlayStation 3 controller, and the Xbox 360. So if those of you who wanted a banana for scale, here is your banana for scale.
I'm really digging the battery placement on that.
That was pretty clever. I did like that. That was, I don't really like the fact that it's not USB chargeable. It has the USB port there. You'd think, maybe you could plug in, maybe you could like plug in rechargeable batteries in there and we'll fucking charge it.
I don't know. That's kind of something
that's
I'm genuinely worried about. Is the wired version just has a
just records
mini
double A
USB
batteries.
connector, and as anybody who has a billion fucking tablets or
Right.
devices like I do, those things wear out with a quickness. So,
Yeah.
Peanut, you had some issues with the size, though, right?
Yeah, I did, because the buttons, let's use this NVIDIA Shield
That
controller
is not a
as an
banana.
example.
I need a banana.
The ABXY buttons are actually located at around the same place that the right analog stick would be, and I can't, I can barely reach it if I move my hand all the way right here,
And
but there's a pretty big flap in the way. I don't know. I'm pretty sure that my thumb would not be able to reach that. The DualShock 4, on the other hand, looks considerably
listeners,
smaller.
time.
Taking this out of context, he is in fact holding up a Steam Shield controller. One interesting point is Flippijibibibo, Ethan Lee, has been streaming some
Shiny
stuff on
save.
his Twitch lately, where he was trying various games out with the Steam controller to see how they run. So that's interesting if you want to see how it performs with games like Super Mario 64 through emulators and whatnot. Check his stuff out. But now for the closest thing that any nerds will see in terms of balls on Merle Dandridge. This is from Neil Druckmann from Naughty Dog Studios. You might have heard of them. They put their was it Naughty Dog or Sucker Punch? I don't remember. I think it was Naughty Dog.
Anyway, he says, what is
Yeah, yeah. This is a picture of the chick who played Alex from Half-Life 2 in a mocap suit, and he's all like, "Look, Valve, all I'm saying is if you give us the Half-Life license, we'll take care of the rest." These are the same guys who did The Last of Us, which was a fairly critically acclaimed game starring. Was it? I don't think it was Ellen Page. I think it was Ashley Johnson. But anyways,
Yeah.
yeah,
It looked a lot like Ellen Page.
I don't know.
Pedro, go- but-
First thing I thought when I saw that,
That's-
I was like, oh, right.
Really?
So it would be Windows and console only? That's how it works?
No, Pedro had it right. It was PlayStation 4
actress-
exclusive. Because
Yeah,
these guys just
PS4
make games
exclusive
for-
up
so-
to 30 frames per second, because on
As if an actress
that
has
example
enough
that Jordan
voice
gave, The Last of
power.
Us,
Oh, never mind.
it could not hold 30 frames per second,
Oh, for
even on the
fuck's sakes.
PS4. It was pretty bad.
But, you know, you got a cheeseburger in paradise, Sven.
Take me down to Paradise City, baby. Postal 2 Paradise Lost, released for Linux, 5010 update for Postal 2, and check that out. That's definitely a thing. This came out a couple months ago, right?
Yeah, we threw some tears at it.
Well, not this thing.
Oh, not the
Yeah,
DLC.
if you're wondering about it, it's
Yeah.
the DLC. You already know what Postal is. It's been around
I
for
need to
billions
play
of
that
years.
game.
It's currently on sale, 50% off, 3.99 regularly.
it's not on Mac.
7.99.
That's
What is it?
You
Pretty
can
never
get
heard
the
of
whole
it?
kit and caboodle for like $5 too.
Yeah. You just
Yeah.
throw this business in here. I mean, it's a new take on, not really a new take, it's DLC, extended content for a game that's probably older than some of our listeners. It doesn't say that
Yeah.
it runs on the Linux, but I can guarantee you it does. But here's something I want you to tease your brain organs with, gentlemen, because I definitely thought this is probably a good idea or a good example, at least in my case, of why you should release things simultaneously. Because when this first came out, and this DLC for it, and it was kind of picked up by the media, it's like, oh, this ancient game, and oh, it's still wacky and all that, and had the hype around it. It's like, yeah, all right, maybe I'll have a go with that. But, you know, it's been several months later, and I don't really care about it. I mean, even though it's on sale and $3.99, that's just like, I'll just pick that up. I mean, it's cheaper than a cup of
Yeah,
coffee, but I'm just
that
not really going to
marketing
pay
wise. Yeah.
That's what I call the Terraria syndrome. It takes so long for the Linux version to come out that by the time it does, we've kind of lost interest. I can think of
Yeah.
a few other examples that, I don't know, Banner Saga, Carmageddon Reincarnation, Divinity Original Sin, the Vanishing of Ethan
two
Carter.
of those don't even count because they're never going to come out with Linux version.
Supposedly.
Lariat is just going to
Supposedly.
keep dangling that carrot in front of us in order to collect our money and then say, "Oh yeah, we'll get onto it when we finish that new game of ours we're working on." But a couple things that came with this update. This actually includes a couple fixes for Postal as well. But they broke a bunch of mods. So if you like playing Postal 2 with mods, it's not the. You may want to hold off on this. And you know, Mac users still get the shaft. Their update for this DLC is coming in the coming months. But you know, speaking of DLC, some folks actually know how to do it right.
Yes. DLC for free for Victor Vran. And this is basically a patch. It literally
What's it called,
qualifies as a
Pedro?
patch because the only thing they added was a new weapon class, which is a tome.
Thomas
So yeah,
Good God.
you get a tome and you cast some spells and you can teleport and you can do a couple of other things. And that's it. But hey, as long as it's free, I'm not complaining.
And you gotta admit, Victor Fran's pretty interesting game. We still need to do some PvP in that business. I think that'd be interesting
Yes.
to give that a shot, but we definitely want to scream at that. But let's talk about
Not
some
gonna say no to free
achievements.
shit.
Yep. So, achievements. Aspire released a bit of news this week saying that, hey, there's 20 new achievements for Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 2. And I was reading through the list of achievements, and I'm like, huh, I'm surprised there isn't actually a 420 Blaze It achievement, considering how some of these achievements are named. I mean, let's give you an example, couple of examples. Dancing Queen.
Sampile strikes back.
Yes.
Go for it.
Silent but deadly. Let's blow this place. Finders keepers.
Yeah, these are
Seriously?
pretty weak achievement names. But, I mean, it's really just math. Dude, who cares about achievements? People who like showing off their e-penis. Like, oh, god damn. I said no burping before,
even
now it's
then.
coming back with a
Yeah.
vengeance. God damn.
I don't
Stay
know.
down.
It's kind of interesting, and it's good to see Aspire getting back in. I mean, releasing something like that old, bringing it up to modern standards, making the game playable, that was a good achievement.
Yeah.
And, you know, tagging the community.
Achievement.
Which, you know, kind of happens when you say, hey, community, come up with that. And I'm sure that was, like, the PG version of what was
Oh,
actually...
yeah.
Yeah.
That's true.
Big hairy Wookiee dick. That's an achievement for you. But up next, it's time to get Mighty Mighty.
Mighty number 9. It's a 2D side-scrolling. It's fucking Mega Man. They just couldn't call it that because Nintendo...
Yeah, it's actually the same guy who originally designed Mega Man.
Yeah, they did the Kickstarter. They got it funded. It was pushed back. This was supposed to already be out, but it is coming soon.
You mean call it Mega Man?
2016,
That
so they
guy's...
say, do not pre-order. It's 19.99 wet stinky multiplayer co-op. No online.
What? There's co-op
Apparently,
feature finally
Elvis,
implemented?
well, almost Elvis, TBC
See,
is.
now I'm out
TCB
there.
is your recommended. That's what I'm saying. Don't fucking pre-order this. They don't. It's a fucking Unity game, and they don't even know what the requirements are for Linux at this point. Gentlemen, are you going to pick it up? Are you dying to play the Mega
I mean,
Mans?
the game's pedigree is neat, and it's nice to see that the Kickstarter is actually producing something 2 years later, but $21 for Mega Man.
It's disappointing.
Then
Yeah,
you were
that's
wrong.
fair.
It was Capcom, not Nintendo. Well, all right, that's fine because they did make Mega Man for the Genesis. So,
That's true.
what
Yeah.
were you saying,
Well,
David?
Nintendo was the publisher anyway. But I was never that big a fan of Mega Man, so probably not. Not for me anyway.
All right. Next.
So, yes.
Booga Booga.
Speaking of pre-orders and games that might be coming out soon, this one is actually coming out on the 22nd. This is Soma. It comes from Frictional, as usual, the creators of Penumbra and Amnesia: The Dark Descent. And it is, as you've probably guessed it, a first-person survival horror game. Now, in the words of Yahtzee Croshaw, it's good to stick to what you know, and Frictional seem to be stuck nail and riveted to what they know. And what they know is how to make people poop their pants. And if it turns out at least half as good as Dark Descent, but with the glaringly designed choices obfuscated in some way, or at least hidden, it's pretty good, and I'll probably play the shit out of it. You can pre-order, but you shouldn't. But if you pre-order now, you can download the encrypted files, and when the release date comes around, Steam will unencrypt everything, and you'll be fine. Again, do not pre-order the damn thing.
And more than
But,
likely, what'll happen the day it launches, they'll find a critical plug, and you'll just have to re-download the entire thing once more.
Probably. Yeah.
I was when they first announced this, and they were showing, just like teaser bits of it. It's like, oh,
I
okay,
think that's a
these
thing.
guys know how to hold down my note button when I'm playing a game for a period of time. But I want to quote Scott Wilson, somebody who follows me on the G pluses, and he nailed it. He was like, "Oh, it's that game again." So,
Yeah, I wonder if the monsters in this one will have glaring weaknesses to standard furniture, but
Yeah, that
I
wasn't
still say when it comes time to
exactly-
throw the chairs at it, we should get just right fucked up again. That was fun.
Yeah, the
They-
monster
they gave us early access
wasn't
copies to
exactly
that, too.
Frictional's fault. It was actually the Chinese room. They're the ones who set up the pathfinding and, well, the shitty pathfinding, as it were.
Well, we'll see. Perhaps I'll be proven right. Perhaps not. But it's time to get on my spaceship. Pulsar of the Lost Colony. It is a game where you can cooperate and fly a spaceship around, exploring shit, and then, which kind of sounds like Quintet or that other game Artemis, except you can actually now go on planets and be a red shirt and die horribly. It's a co-op game. It's currently in early access, and you can pick it up for $30. That's pretty steep for early access.
$24.99.
And I mean, like, it looks like a fucking Xbox, like, original Xbox game. So I don't know. The reception seemed to be pretty positive. It has an interesting concept, all right, but $30 is just way too steep, and there's no guarantee that this will actually go anywhere. And there are already free-to-play versions of this exact game. Though, one thing it did remind me of a bit was 10 to the Sea, and how that was supposed to, you're supposed to be able to leave the ship and explore and cruise around the solar system and whatnot. So maybe it'll scratch that itch.
Oh, I mean, I was kind of thinking maybe Mirror Universe, where you're promoted but through assassination or something like that. You know, if it allows friendly fire and goatees, then we can have the NX Class 666 Voltron, you know, out there cruising, and that'll make for some fun, interesting player videos. P-Man, you got some thoughts on this one?
If it ever comes out of early access, it sounds like something that could be interesting to play. Yeah, definitely. But until then, new.
Nope. Okay.
And speaking of early
leave
access,
us with the scraps, why don't you?
yeah, so this is Bill, or at Nityan on Twitter, and he says that most likely releasing the 28th or the 29th of this month for a Linux build of the Scraps beta that is currently in early access for Windows only. So that's good, I suppose. They had a Linux pre-alpha eons ago. This is that game that allows you to build your own car, put some weapons on it, and shoot other people, or at least that was a premise when they had their Kickstarter and everything else.
Was this the one that looked exactly like Legos, or is this a different one?
Yes, that was the one.
Yeah, it's definitely a thing. I was kind of looking at it, and P-Man was telling me, he was like, go ahead. I was like, oh, right, we covered this billions of years, like in 2013.
Long time ago.
Yeah, seriously. And I remember when it hit Steam. I was like, it's Windows only? That's bullshit right there. And to be perfectly honest with you, currently right now in early access, this game is dead on arrival. You know, with $14.99 early access price and a completely empty multiplayer. Steam Spy doesn't even recognize this thing's existence. But what kind of like turned me a bit sideways is that they received $29,000 out of a $23,000 Kickstarter for scraps for Windows, Mac, and Linux. And then this dude pulls... There's one guy working on it, so credit where credit's due. He's pulling the early access double dip, and we're still waiting on that Linux client. Now, he is making good on his promise, but come on, man, really? Takes that long? It's a fucking Unity game. If he gets it ironed out, that's brilliant, but $14.99 is way too high for what this game is, which is supposed to be, I think, 20% off. So you're approaching, or if you want destructible physics and games like that, $9.99 will get you a copy of Besiege. If you want your running around destruction fun game, that's going to be coming out later this year, and it's going to be called Rocket League for $19.99, which will be a complete version. So, you know, I said I'm glad you're making good on your word, but I genuinely don't think I could recommend anyone picking this up.
Or for free if you get a Steam controller, actually.
Yeah, right.
So, yeah.
And there's currently, according to Steam charts, there's currently 13 people playing it, with an average monthly of 17. So, no.
Legos. Well, enough of that piece of shit.
Good.
Let's move on to these shit companies. We'll talk about some AMD stuff coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this would usually be the news segment, but before we get to that, we'd like to thank some very special people who gave us some wads of cash this week.
Yes, and our avenue of choice for wad of cash delivery is, of course, patreon.com/LinuxGamecast. That place where you can go to give us little crumbs of money every episode. And it helps with the production. Running Linux gaming podcasts are expensive, you know. And despite the fact that we're all independently wealthy, we want you to foot the bill because fuck you guys, we hate you. We're kidding, we love you. And we have a bunch of goals and backer bonuses to show you how much we love you. If you donate 5 cents a show, you get access to our Let's Plays a week before everyone else does. $1 a show gets you a forum title, and $2.50 a show gets you access to our show notes. They're wonderful. It's entertaining. You get to watch the sausage as it gets made. But we got some new donors this week. We got Justin. He's a new fella. And we got 2 existing Patreons who decided to, give us some more money. Gaius Baltar. He's responsible for murdering humanity. But to make up for it, he's given the chair some cash. and Benjamin. I don't have any. Maybe it's Benjamin Sisko. Who knows? But let's get into this AMD-apalooza.
Well, there's one thing
yes.
I want to mention is we're less than what is it, P-Man? Like $20? Less than $20 away from.
Oh no, we're like
$12.50.
yeah.
away from Linux Gamecast Weekly Daily Wednesdays.
I know, and that's going to be a midweek's recap of all
Almost.
the crazy Linux stuff. Me and P-Man are going to be doing that, bringing in some interviews with developers and all that, talking about some more generalized news, but we're looking forward to doing that. And here's something I kind of want to point out. It's kind of about numbers. I mean, that's when I say 5 cents, we do mean just like 5 cents, kick a spear and all that, is, if we can get that number like 1,000, something like that, I want to be able to walk to a production house and be like, this many people are paying for not a gaming show, a Linux gaming show. They're kicking us quit. Don't you think it's worth maybe porting your damn game for, son? I mean, that's
Yep.
money in the bank. But let's talk about some AMD.
AMD.
So much
AMD's
AMD.
been in the news lately, and we'll start off this week, as usual in the news segment, with some drivers. It's FGLRX 15.9. They have a couple of issues that they fixed. They
I always like that
fixed
word
the
on an AMD side.
Yeah. One thing about that is that they're still supporting the 5K series cards. You'd figure that they'd have dropped that by now, but no, there it is. But they've also fixed some driver installation issues with Ubuntu 14.04.3, Middle-earth, Shadow of Mordor. They fixed some corruption that happened with the graphics, and they have removed, they say here, AMD Catalyst installer removing EGL links resulting in Xserver/Xorg load failure. NVIDIA managed to introduce full EGL support without breaking a
OpenGL.
damn thing.
Full
Yes, they're still there. Make sure you have your GitHub link going.
Yes. AMD,
it's
on the
required,
other
dude.
hand, has to backtrack on what it already had because it was fucking shit up. Good
But
job.
speaking of backtracking, there's no forward tracking either. If you're on a 4.0 kernel, no luck
no.
for you. No, though there is a lovely little GitHub page. I found this on our Linux or Linux underscore gaming. It's a patch for the FGLRX drivers to make them compile and build on 4.0 kernels. Supposedly it works. For those of you who are brave, or really, we're just stupid enough to run FGLRX these days. But there was a bit of some other news related to these drivers. Some fixes for a game that may or may not be out were announced, and then very quickly pulled off once people started realizing what was going on. We're talking about Alien Isolation. There's an article. It was big enough news, and it was a slow enough news day that PC World had to pick it up and give off their 2 cents. Links to all this stuff in our show notes, of course. But they had some. They made some mention of optimizations and fixes for stability for Alien Isolation, which we kind of knew was coming to Linux. We had Steam depots indicating that. But oh no, we can't tell anyone that until the official announcement. So
That's exactly what blew my brain organ apart. I mean, I had to write in the show notes. This was like the headline I would write if I was writing that. Fearing reports they might actually give a flying fuck about Linux drivers. AMD nixes an update for a game that is currently available on everything. Period. Released October 7th, 2014. I was kind of joking in the show notes. I know why they did it because whoever's porting
Don't
the game
need
or
to
whatever,
portray
maybe
her
it's
as
supposed to
super
be
old, but
put in the
okay.
Steam box and
Secret
launch.
under NDA
Right,
or
right.
something.
yeah.
Not that everyone's already seen that in SteamDB or anything, but yeah. Shh. Don't tell anyone. Yeah, that's what
Well,
Alien
thanks,
Isolation,
Phil.
Blink, screen or corruption observed in the main menu games. One thing this does kind of give me genuine hope, little tiny genuine hope, maybe so much, is they might be functional and playable on launch. I don't know.
Maybe
It would
may
make
just
sense.
it may be more of Valve smacking Sega around saying,
How long have I been drawing? Alright, save. Please, goddamn save. Hold on. Yeah. In a few seconds, I'm about to reach to. Yep. And there it is. 3 hours. Wow. Okay. I've been painting for 3 hours. Holy cow. I still want to continue too. I'm just gonna have to eat first. So why not just do that? Ah. Yeah, most people like to write BRB. Oh, beeps. Or B. My mouse skills. Oh my god. Anyway. So I'm gonna eat too. Oh fuck. Just. Yeah.
hey man, you kind of cocked it up with your past couple of games. Make sure it fucking works on our console, or else you're gonna lose that console market monopoly that you seem to like so much.
Now, I see that, P-Man, you put a video in here, and I have not clicked it, but I can guarantee all of Chat Realm it's a Jim Sterling video.
Yep,
Yeah, it is.
Okay,
It
so...
is a Jim Sterling video from
No one
2013.
cares, Pedro.
Moving on.
Yes,
So this comes from Ars Technica UK, and they say that AMD's outspoken plucky underdog routine is doing more harm than good. And they go on a little tirade about how AMD playing the underdog is actually hurting the company. But there is one interesting bit. You see, about 75% down, they say that Roy Taylor's Twitter account,
AKA
gone.
Captain Eyebrows.
yes, Mr. Eyebrows, is no longer on Twitter. You may have known him as AMD_Roy.
Or as Strider
guy?
will shortly point out in the Chat Realm that he used to work for NVIDIA.
Yes,
Yes,
he used to work
that's
for
true, it's true,
NVIDIA,
he
and he
did.
worked for a bunch of other companies before then.
He got
But yeah.
ejected from there, and now he got ejected
But
from
the biggest thing
AMD, so-
is the controversy about this. Let me see.
Yes.
Can I get the embiggened version? Westcote said, I love AMD, but it's unfair and wrong to deny the tech report. And basically, they sent out some R9 samples, the nanos, to people who are like, it's like there were
Yeah.
plenty of fair reviews to read. Now, you might want to take this with a grain of chainsaw, but I was even listening to Ryan at a PC Perspective. And he's like, I actually got a nano. He's like, I didn't think they would send me one because they kind of shit all over. Just being honest, I mean, doing their whole thing, with the frame rating and all that. But he was even talking about other websites that do hardware reviews like that. And he was like, I'm kind of fucking perplexed that, people who were genuinely AMD friendly did not receive samples of the R9 Nano. And he was like, this just doesn't make sense. And that,
Yeah. And it's fine. Implying that some outlets may not be fair in their reviews is all fine and dandy. Until you're the corporate VP of external relations, at which point you have to, I don't know, you're literally at that point, if you're accusing people of not having fair reviews, you're literally shitting on those outlets that can actually help your company, because AMD is in the shitter right now.
AMD has a lot
uh,
of legitimate problems with their hardware as well. And
Yeah.
so people voicing this and people informing the market about it is a healthy thing, and you can't just go denying outlets that you don't necessarily agree with access to hardware to get, so in the interest of getting fair reviews on your side. I mean, I know Intel likes to stack the deck on these artificial benchmarks, but don't go playing.
I mean, there's definitely things like that. I mean, just to put a bow on this conversation, I mean, AMD Roy was kind of a controversial figure.
He was an asshole.
Yeah, just ask Oren. Oren was like, so what about Linux? It blocked. I even heard Radeon Roy has blocked Oren. Wow. Didn't see that
Radeon
coming.
Roy has blocked everyone, though. That
It's,
guy is getting out of control.
definitely a thing, but here's the dice. Just close this out. Yes, early sample reviews, they don't get that, but it's like us. I mean, if we don't receive a copy, like gratis of a game, we're just going to fucking buy it. We're not waiting on it. I mean, when it comes out, we're going to get it anyway.
Can't really do that with R9s, though.
Yeah, well,
that should get expensive.
that's a whole other conversation we'd have to have. But ultimately, people
Pretty
are going to
wop.
buy.
I
it, just
don't-
putting
I'm
off
not
the
really a big fan of 'em.
inevitable, Up next.
Yeah.
Tell me
Oh
about it.
yeah. So the place I used to work at, CDOT, hosted
yeah.
the Xorg Developers Conference.
Yeah, I mean,
because
like,
the guy
it's not
I
bad,
used to
it's
actually
just
work
not
under
my,
was a major X developer back in the day.
taste.
But
Yeah.
some folks from AMD, which are
Yeah.
also in the
Yeah, he's
area near where I work,
Tries to be melodic.
came and gave a little talk, and I threw the
Kinda-
YouTube
he tries
link
to
to
be
the
kinda
talk
soft
and
by
the slides as well. In short, the future
Gives
for
me
open
some bad
source
vibes.
for AMD on Linux does not look very good. They're saying for Vulkan, they have a proprietary implementation. They're not going to actually try and work with the Mesa folks to have a fully open source version. For now, they say it's going to happen in the future, which, considering AMD took what was that, like 5 years to fix that VLC bug, Pedro?
5 years is a very conservative estimate on that
five
one.
years. Yeah, no, eventually they will actually release their implementation of Vulkan in the far-flung future, just as that asteroid is about to collide with Earth and wipe out all human life. But yeah, a lot of this is just stuff we already knew. They have no real commitment to open source under Linux. It's just more, we don't want to actually have to support it, so let's shirk as much as possible to the community. Oh wait, we have a bunch of proprietary code that we need to implement. Let's just keep it in our hat and keep pumping out underperforming shitty drivers that don't really work all that well and crash your programs.
Jordan, you clearly have not visited our AMD.
I have
go to RAMD. Do not. If you value your mental sanity.
Pedro, then I have visited AMD. I know what the fuck goes on there. So.
Oh, God.
Okay, let's speculate, ladies and gentlemen. The Witcher 3 developers denies EA takeover rumor. CD Projekt Red addresses talk in its acquisition discussions. This is from
all aboard the rumor train.
Whoop, whoop.
Choo-choo.
To put this just straight up, somebody
Wait.
anonymously wrote, and said, oh,
I
there's a
gotta
bunch
say
of
this,
EA
what the
critters
fuck?
crawling around our office right now.
I mean,
It's like, I'm not saying an acquisition or anything like that.
it would
It's
be
just
a
kind of
nightmare
ballooned, and the guys from
EA
CD Projekt
owns
Red came out
CD
and was
Projekt Red.
like, there's no way, this is not a thing, it's not going to fucking happen. My only thing about this, and I have no reason not to believe CD Projekt Red, but if EA was thinking about that, because a lot of people's like, okay, well, they just released Witcher 3 and they don't need it. And it's like, that's exactly why EA would get in there and try to buy that property and take it to the cliff and go and dump it with all the other developers that they've
GOG is just going to merge with Origin.
right. installed. But business-wise, how it works is if you're doing any type of acquisition talks, not necessarily if you're just in talks, you are NDA to hell and back because the company thinking about acquiring, you have to open your books up to that company. And so they have very private information about you, and shit like that usually comes with like hella fines if anything leaks out. So I'm just saying, I don't think this is true. Even if it was true, they would have to deny it from top story to bottom story, period. Blanket
and
like that.
And ultimately, even if EA did buy out CD Projekt Red or what have you, whatever happens, that wouldn't change their outlook towards Linux, which is basically still fuck those guys, fuck them in their stupid
basically higher
files.
virtual programming. We're done.
Hey, Brad,
Yeah.
we're still waiting on that Witcher 3 Linux board, Brad. Come on.
Yeah,
I know it came with my 980. What the fuck, guys? Come on.
But speaking of the Reds,
Not the bees.
CD Projekt Red veterans launch a new studio,
Oh,
Wicker
no.
Man Games. Yeah.
Bees. That is right. Never mind.
Oh, thank
Go
you. Okay, well.
I got confused.
Okay, I'm sorry. Founded in February this year, the studio aims to make games that nobody seems to be making. Two developers are inspired by pen and paper RPGs and aim to merge what they love about such games that Pedro hates.
yeah,
So
that's
much-
the thing.
so
You see,
much
from
butthurt.
my experience with pen and paper RPGs,
I mean, I'm just
you
saying.
get arguing over whose turn it is to order Pizza Simulator. That's a computer game I could see coming out of that. Monty Python Reference Maker 2015. That's another one. Secretly harboring feelings of scorn towards your or some of your mates simulator. That's another one. Argue with the DM over misimplementation of Rule Simulator. And another one.
So
Am I getting
so
close?
Much butthurt. It's Pedro realizing that, oh wait, all my D&D groups were shit and I shouldn't have been in them. No, but I mean, when people say we want to capture the pen and paper experience and bring it to video games, that seems like a pretty lofty goal. Lots of RPG companies and lots of RPGs have tried to do this. You got Knights and Pen and Paper. You got that one dungeon quest thing with like the dice. It's a Steam Early Access game. The name of whom escapes me. It's a fairly lofty design goal. One of the reasons why is you can basically do anything in a pen and paper game. You are limited to what the engine supports in a CRPG. But maybe they can bring some of the storytelling experience or some of the humor. Who knows? Is that like the same Chris Hardwick as in like the Nerdist Chris Hardwick?
I don't know.
who's starting
The only
this
thing I'm
company?
thinking about, if you're bringing pen and paper experience, if I'm reading between the lines, they're only going to release games for the iPad Pro with the iPencil.
Yes. You know,
yes,
his Steve
and
Jobs.
it's that Chris
But
Hardwick.
But speaking of all-consuming hive minds,
Hashtag giraffes.
hashtag giraffes. Yeah, Unity has pumped out a new version of their editor for Linux, and it has some funky stuff going on with it. They fixed a bunch of crashes, especially if the XTG user is not configured. They have some Unity
Some of
asset
those
store
names are
fixes.
pretty great.
Just some general maintenance from complaints that people have been reporting. So I mean, it's good that they're maintaining this, but the question still remains: for how long? Unity has come out and said this is an experiment. We're going to see how much we can do with it and see if we can support it. We haven't really been hearing much of the feedback, but mind you, it's only been a couple weeks. So, you know what? Here's a thought. If you have some hate mail, if you've been using the Unity engine under Linux, send us some hate mail. Tell us how it went.
I guess at the end of the day, we're all wondering if we can save Unity.
Yes.
Speaking of saving games in
Oh,
Unity,
yes.
Ryan Nielsen, he writes this nice little thing here. This is basically an interpretation of a script for from Unreal Engine 4 Talk English Fin, because it's a bit mental that Unity does not have a pre-made implementation for this. So you're looking at this business here. I mean, you have to use the binary format if you don't want players cheating using just a text editor. Unreal Engine 4 has a built-in support for save games, Brad. Unity really does not. This is something similar for Unity, and I'm totally not currently playing around with the Linux editor under Linux, and that's just a bunch of lies.
It seems like a weird oversight for Unity, though. You'd think that they'd have like some built-in save game object. That kind of sounds like a thing that you would have if you're making a game engine.
Although, if you
Is there a range on how far you can detonate the C4? Because I might try and detonate it when I can't see it. You have to like blow up the stuff outside the base to like get one of these optional objectives.
Did the people you've quarantined ever get better?
No.
No. Unless you stopped the sickness.
Yeah, you just gotta find that cure.
Yeah, I did.
Like
just
once you get into that section, you just really need to rush through the next couple story missions until you get the cure.
Oh, there's people talking to Discord? Oh, shit! Can you guys hear me? I guess not. Hey.
Hey.
Okay, so you can hear me. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've been drawing and streaming for 3 hours. Holy
I've been
shit.
drawing dicks.
Been drawing dicks.
Who's been drawing dicks?
3 hours.
Who's been drawing dicks?
Yeah. Holy camole. At least I'm steamrolling these podcasts. Ugh.
Yeah, you can blow them up from very far away.
Yes. There are a lot of people playing Metal Gear Solid 5s, Jesus. I can't wait to make my gaming computer. Oh god, I'll go play Metal Gear games, guys. Anyway.
If you think about it, it would certainly explain a lot of the shitty Unity ghetto that we're currently getting on Steam.
Yes, not even pre-built game saves can save.
It kind of helps explains your progress will be saved once this icon appears, because fuck you, that's why.
Yes.
So,
and the icon never appears. It doesn't even appear.
it's bad and real.
It's the capture the flag, build
Classic.
release notes, and they've actually introduced a whole new bunch of stuff into the Unreal.
It's facing world speed.
Yes, the Unreal tournament for.
Settle down,
I think
Ben.
they're
Put your
calling
pants
it.
back on.
I need space mayonnaise.
They're actually calling it the pre-alpha now, so we're getting there slowly, but we're getting there. They've introduced a couple of new maps. They've revamped one of the old maps and called it the CTF Outside, or it's something with the Titans. I don't know what they're calling it, but I think the big news, and this is what Ven was drooling all over this week, was the fact that they introduced the Pistola Battlegrounds capture the flag map back into Unreal Tournament 4. That was the big one. You know it.
Yeah, that
Ben's already showed it.
memorable.
It's got the two towers, one opposing the other. It's a staple of the Unreal Engine.
And it's what the people want. If you're gonna have an Unreal Tournament game, you need to have that level. That's sort of a requirement at this point. And I mean, like, it doesn't look like it looks like they took the old models and dropped it into Unreal Engine 4.
That is kind of the brilliant thing about it. Go on.
But I mean, ultimately, that's what the people want, right? That's Ben's clearly creaming his jeans actively over this. So.
Yes, I mean, outside of Rohit, you're dead to me now. Strider is probably old enough to remember playing this particular map in 99-2000, right in that area. And I was saying in the show notes, I mean, it's probably finally a map that I could beat Pedro in, because Pedro is a machine when it comes to first-person shooters. But if you look at the little video I made last night, that was genuinely the first time I had loaded it up, and I'm going to fucking play this, is I ran to the right, grabbed the sniper rifle, pure fucking muscle memory. Boom! Headshot. I was like, oh shit, they got the physics right too. Wee squee. And very happy with it, but I don't understand why we're talking about this crazy stuff. I mean, Epic would never release this on Linux,
Unreal
right?
Tournament.
Oh, snap, son! They didn't actually.
It's not like it's working.
But you know, they did release a bunch of other stuff. They released the Infiltrator art assets. More
awesome.
stuff that. Yeah, basically more shit that you can use in your game.
Yep.
Again, as I said last week, Unity is, or not Unity, fucking fuck Unity. Epic is committed to providing
Both of them.
like real, yeah. Like,
You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. Jordan says, fuck Unity.
fuck Unity.
Isn't that right,
It's almost
Morty?
as if I've said that for a while now. But anyways, the Unreal Engine now has a lot more assets that you can use to make your high quality games, or your Unity, or not your Unity, Unreal Ghetto. I'm gonna have to get used to saying that. Unreal Ghetto games. But I mean, stop being so awesome at things.
This
We're supposed to
isn't
be the
necessarily
assholes
for
here. We're
games,
supposed to hate
J-Man.
on everything.
J-Man,
but
this is
goddamn it.
this is not really for games. This is showing off the ability to make cinematics.
Yes, this
So,
is true. But
And
it's
the important thing about this bit of nonsense is not necessarily the assets, is showing the code involved and how they put this together to make this beautiful thing that we're watching, which is a bunch of people going pew pew pew.
That would all be well and good unless we're talking about the kind of developers that put, the developers that built the Unity Ghetto on Steam. This is just helping them build.
Pedro, the Unity developers in the Ghetto, they're not smart enough to use Unreal Engine.
actually
But
have to
that's the thing.
we
We
actually
haven't
have to
seen
compile
the
it on Linux.
Unreal Ghetto yet.
But
Yes.
are you saying the Unreal Ghetto is going to be as bad as the Unity Ghetto?
Probably not.
It'll at least be pretty.
At least it
That's
would
all I
look
have to say.
better.
Well, we're saying
You
it's
see
at
this
least have
Unreal
multi-threaded support
Blaster?
on Linux.
It's the most ghetto thing ever.
At least that, and it
Alright.
won't have
Call
any
it the Unreal
configuration
Ghetto
screen up,
Blaster.
fuck you. But up next, we rain down chairs on some satellites. See what I did there?
Okay. Are you prepared?
The rain of the satellites has come in contention with the rain of the chairs. There must be vengeance! This is Satellite Rain. It's by 5 Live Studio. It's developed on the Unity engine. And it is a real-time class-based strategy game in an open-world cyberpunk city where you command a group of 4 agents through rain-soaked, giggity, neon-lit streets where the law is the will of mega-corporations. This is a open-world, real-time cyberpunk RPG with some hacking elements, kind of reminiscent of Shadowrun Returns, but we'll get into that a bit later. And as full disclosure, these guys sent us keys back when this was in early access. It came out a couple weeks ago, so we're obligated to throw some chairs at them. So they must face, of course, the chairquisition. 1 chair means that it's garbage, 2 chairs means that it's meh, 3 chairs means that it's pretty good, and 4 chairs means that it's a fucking amazing. And we also have our categories of doom: make it working, shiny sounds, controls, and fun. Oh god, I was channeling Strider there for a minute, wasn't I? Let's get this let's get this underway. God damn it. Ben, did it make it working?
How did it work over here on the Ubuntu 1404 64-bit octo-core 980 4K, 980 powered 4K displayed box of the business? Well, for a Unity game, it actually did pretty alright. I mean, I'm going to be serious about that. The tutorial, if you can call it that, it's going to just lead into the actual game, is glitchy as fuck and all. I'm talking saying, do this action. I mean, it's telling you, do this, right here on the screen, you do that. It doesn't fucking work. Fortunately, that can be defeated with a little bit of common sense, and you can work your way around that. But, later on, I was actually reading other reviews. It's like, this game is fucking horribly glitchy, and I was like, well, that explains that. But it still worked. But we're going to talk about some load times, because this is the only game I've seen in probably a decade that only uses 1 core. It's like, fuck the rest of them. Seriously, fuck the rest of them. It loads so fucking slow, and when it's done loading, you get a loading screen. You genuinely do. You're connecting. You wait for a loading screen, then you get a loading screen. You have to wait some more. And if you didn't manage to kill yourself, you would realize that at at the end of the day, you're going to have to give it 3 chairs.
Yeah, I'm not gonna fault them for long loading times.
SSDs.
But oh my God, yeah, no.
Seriously.
It takes like 4 minutes to get.
The
into
one
game.
thing that is the easiest thing in the world to multi-thread is loading. Asset loading.
Pretty much. No, it's like Ben said, you get through the loading screen, you get to the game, it's like select your user profile, basically select like what save you're gonna work with. And then loading again because, you know, fuck caching, but again, there's only so much that a single CPU can do in 2015. I'm not gonna knock at a chair for that, but I fully understand why you would. I'll give it 4 chairs, but my compatriots aren't gonna be that kind, are they, Pedro?
Oh, no, they're not. You see, I have an AMD FX 8370E overclocked at 4.2 gigahertz, and the game is currently stored in a SSD YOLO RAID of 2 Samsung 850 EVOs, 250 gigabytes each.
I keep forgetting.
So
that.
it has literally no
Samsung,
excuse
yeah,
to be
get my
taking
hands
this
on that.
fucking long to load. So this is my train of thought when I first loaded the game. Is like, why is this taking so long to load? I moved the cursor outside the window. I opened up HTOP. Oh,
There you go. That's when you're like, is it doing anything?
yeah, it's taking 1 core out of 8 to 100%. The rest of them, fuck them. The moment it lands in game, I'm like, huh, that's a big map. And I start scrolling and holy shit, that's a really big map. And there's multiple areas to this particular map. Okay, I guess that kind of explains that, but still,
Looks way better now.
it took me almost 2 minutes to load into the game off of a YOLO RAID and a pretty decently overclocked processor. No, I'm sorry. You're getting 3 chairs.
So that's 3 whole chairs for mixed with the working. Up next is Shiny and Sounds, Ben.
Okay, well, I'm not a sucker
you got
for
the neon dreams?
for the cyberpunks and all that. You know, it's not necessarily my favorite genre of bits. But I gotta say this, Brad. I gotta say, it looks better than Company of Brown Simulator 2. If you know what I'm saying. I kind of want to read. I'm not going to retract what I said, but this game has to be fucking hella optimized because it looks visually not stunning, but very fucking good at 1080p with everything on 11. And, you know, the frame rate, you know, it can kind of stutter in some complex scenes, but it's only using 1 core. It's like, we did some good optimization. Imagine if you used the other 7 that were available. You know, it would probably just hold a steady 60 FERPs. That's what I'm saying. I mean, suffer, not really to complain on 1080p. I didn't try this at 4K because I figured it would have a very bad time. The sound, it works, and the voice acting, surprisingly, is very passable. So I'm going to have to give this 3 chairs for the shinies and the sounds.
Yeah. I tried running it at 4K. It's actually fairly playable at 4K. Not hitting like 60 consistently, but that was just an eyeball. I didn't have Steam Overlay running, and they don't have their own little inbuilt FERPs counter. But yeah, it looks about as good as an isometric cyberpunk RPG can, all things considered. I didn't really notice the soundtrack. I was more focused on, oh my god, the map is but I'll get to that in the controls section. But speaking of the map, it is big, nice, and detailed. There's lots of stuff going on.
Even when
Really,
you zoom
really-
in, I mean, you know, it's-
Yeah, even when you zoom in, like there's shit happening. You get the sense that it's like a really living world, and they're like it moves without you, and that's probably why it's maxing out on the CPU. But I mean, jeez. Yeah, I didn't really pay attention to most of the voice acting because with all those other cores free, I decided to open up VLC and play the same soundtrack again and again and again and again, so that my other cores would feel like they were actually useful. One thing I gotta ask though is, what's with all the holographic trees, man? Do they not just have trees in the future? 3 chairs.
3 chairs. I don't know, do
Yeah.
hippies smoke holographic trees?
With everything
Dude,
at
electric
11
hippies
on
smoke
the
holographic trees.
970
That's the
Strix,
title.
the game actually managed to hold up 53 FERPs consistently. It was like, if there weren't a whole lot of lighting effects and NPCs walking around, at which point the game would literally drop to like the 30s. But if there wasn't any of that, it would hold like 53. At one point, I actually started thinking that maybe it was capped at that, but no. That was just the because if you went into the menu, you'd get like 100, 101. Okay, all right, but I guess we can blame that on the fact that the game is literally only using one of the cores of the entire CPU. The background music is very subtle. There were a few moments where I found myself like trying to sneak by the police station right at the start of the game, and I could just hear it, and it fit perfectly. The voice acting, the woman that speaks to you over the radio, it fits because it's got that walkie-talkie filter, and it helps disguise the fact that the voice actors didn't exactly know what kind of inflection they were supposed to give to those lines. So kudos on them for that. But it's, I don't know, there's something there that doesn't quite draw me in, so it gets 3 chairs.
Okay, so that's 3 chairs for Shiny and Sounds. And up next is Control. Ben, did you immediately go for WASD and was immediately disappointed?
You know, kind of like the past 3 I played around some Dota 2. I've learned that, maybe they're going to use that, but the game was very clear in saying, okay, you're going to be using your gerbil for most of your movement. And I was like, check, I got you, buddy. If you're going to tell me how to use it, I'm going to learn how to use it. And you hold down middle click on your gerbil, you can move the map, you can zoom in and out. I was like, for something like this, it's quote-unquote real-time strategy. It's more like wait, hide, run, shoot somebody, hide, that strategy. Didn't have any issues. I mean, unlike J-Man, he's going to talk about doing the mouse movement, which I kind of get, because if you're playing a game like this at a 4K resolution, that's a long fucking drag, son, to get from one side to the other. But, like I said, you hold down the middle mouse, boom, you move around, didn't have an issue with it. I would have to make something up if I gave it less than 4 chairs.
Yeah, the mouse is a bit twitchy, and it took a while to explain what was actually happening to Roommate, but he actually played through the entire game. He put up like
use your hands, Jordan.
Yeah.
Ooh. You're so bad at the game, man. Use your hands.
No, he put about 60 hours into the game and finally finished it. The ending, I'm not going to spoil it, but it's grown worthy. Anyways, the mouse is a bit twitchy, so what happens is, like, if you're moving around and you're trying to move the camera to another part of the screen, at sometimes if you just move it ever so slightly, the game will just flip the fuck out and take you to like one end of the map, and you're just like, no, that's not where I wanted to go, and now my guys are dead because hail of bullets and I wasn't there to coordinate them. Yeah, this is an issue on the Windows version of the game as well, so I think that's it's not very good. Minus 2 chairs because no WASD for screen panning. I keep hitting like D and A to like move shit around. D is actually a hotkey in the game, so it activates your stimulants, which exhausts your characters so that they move slow as balls. That's annoying. So I took to like moving my keyboard so that the arrow keys are where my hand is for normally for WASD, and I was able to cope with that. But that's just not a good way of doing it. 2 chairs. Ugh.
Yeah, if you move the mouse outside the game's window, it'll literally scroll all the way to the edge of the map. And it is a pretty big-ass map. I couldn't find an option to actually lock the mouse to the game window, whether it was full screen or borderless full screen window or just windowed mode. There was not an option for that, at least that I could find. But there was one thing that I found, that if you go AFK for like 5 minutes or so, the game auto pauses. So bonus points for that. 4 chairs from me.
Alright, so that's 3 chairs for Control. And finally, Ben, did you enjoy yourself?
I kind of did, Brian. Wasn't expecting it. I put off playing this like Tuesday, and I think over the week, after I finally finished that tutorial level, which I noped out of 2 or 3 times, because I can't finish it. It's not working like you say. I'm doing this, and I'm trying to select the gun to kill the guy, but it's not doing the thing. Then I finally just sat down and I was like, okay, we're just going to figure this out. And I did then actually get into the game. Aside from all that, this game is glitchy. It is. Anybody that you read on the Steam is like, this game has got some glitches in it. A lot of people seem to think that it came out in a very unfinished state, and they're still currently working on sorting all that out. The one thing they really genuinely need to work on is fixing the AI, because it is pants on heads retarded. It kind of sucks some of the fun and challenge about it, especially when you're walking around town, you got your guns out and all that. Oh, hide your guns, run over here, and everybody just forgets about it and kind of zaps some of that realism about being in your, post-industrial cyberpunk and all this business. But the story, it's unique. I like it, and J-Man spoiled it for me, but I was like, okay, all right. But the whole idea of being able to upload your body and all that and download your shit, and there's another company that has monopolized that, and you're using that, and you're trying to hack against it. It's like, this might eventually make a decent movie script, maybe in a few years from now, after a few rewrites.
Directed by Uwe Boll.
No. Directed by M. Night Shyamalan. Ding dong.
Directed by Michael Bay.
I can't really put my finger on it, but this really gave me a, Ghost in the Shell standalone complex feel about just the environment and all that. And if you're into that scene, that's probably a good thing. There's levels of complexity to it. I mean, you can kind of play it very simply, or you can really dive into it with hacking and all that business. So there's a little bit there for everyone, casual, or if you just want to go balls to the wall, as long as you don't run into one of those game-breaking bugs, which apparently is still a thing. I didn't run into them. I'm going to put some more time into this, but for the hour or so I was able to pump into it, I'll give it 3 chairs. It's all right. Kind of like it.
Very, very much a Ghost in the Shell vibe, especially when you start actually hacking people's cyber brains to steal their skills and whatnot. That was kind of one of the cooler things I liked about Standalone Complex with the Laughing Man arc, was this guy could hack people's brains in real time. You can sort of do that in this game, but this is really a game that tries to do something different. There aren't a lot of Syndicate gets brought up. I've never actually played it. This is the first type of this game I've played. So it tries to do something different. It does succeed, sort of. It has a lot of options. It gives you what you would expect you'd be able to do in one of these cyberpunk games. But the controls and the execution don't really do it any favors. They had a lot of good ideas, but it needs to go back in the kiln a bit to get a bit more cooked. The controls as well don't really help it. And the AI, is really fucking dumb, especially pathfinding. Because what will happen is you say, "Party, go here," and then they'll just kind of waltz over there. No, run! Now go here, and only one of them will go. The one thing that consistently gets me is the stealth headshots. That just does not want to work for whatever freaking reason.
Nope.
It's supposed to be a critical part of the game because you can take out key guards, but nope. Gotta start up a firefight.
Well,
now everyone's attacking
for me, it got a bit crazy. It was when you.
Hey, you just get the mission task once, you don't have to do it again, right?
Come on, really?
Yeah, and
You don't die.
Don't turn into a spreadsheet.
I'm still trying to do that same thing.
The
The exfiltrating before it's sealed off.
Shit from Office Space,
Bro.
rounding off decimals. And
Or are you asking? You can
There's a lot of
just,
stuff to
as soon as
do.
you get...
It's big, it's detailed. If they put a little more work into it, it could be perfect. I'm waiting for Satellite Rain 2. I'm legitimately excited for that. But as it stands for this game, I will give it 2 chairs. It tries, and it falls a little flat, but it's still a good effort.
Yeah, I don't really like real-time strategy, and I said this last week, and I'm saying it again. The setting and the overall story, I like them. I like them a lot. They seem to be selling it for a lot of people. The support character that you get in the initial party, and that mechanic that surrounds it, where he gets to see everything as though you were in the Matrix. I feel that there were quite a few games that would benefit from a mechanic like that, even if it does feel like you're cheating a little bit. The game, for me, if the game had that Wasteland 2, Fallout 2, XCOM turn-based combat, I would have been all over it. But as it is, it's kind of meh. I didn't really like Fallout Tactics. I never really played the new version of Syndicate. If you liked the new version of Syndicate, this is exactly the game that you're looking for, because from what I hear from people that have played the game, this is basically the spiritual successor to it. So, I don't know. If it's your cup of tea, go and get it. But I personally didn't hate it, but it also did nothing to change my mind when it came to real-time strategy. So I'm gonna have to give it 2 chairs.
He's gonna give it 2 chairs, and it's gonna get 2 chairs for fun. And if we tally all this nonsense up, Satellite Rain gets 2 chairs. So for this real-time strategy cyberpunk escapade, does it scratch your itch, Vin? Final thoughts?
If you're looking for something like this, if you've been looking for something like this, and if you're like me, you're not a filthy dual-booting heathen, I'd say pick it up. I mean, you can pump a lot of time into this, and to their credit, I'll agree with Jordan, like everyone else in their forums is like, they can't release this. I mean, it kind of should still be in early access, but they are ironing those bugs out. So, if it's your thing, I like real-time strategy, but you got to remember, this is not RTS like you're thinking about. It's more like stealth RTS, which is, this is new. I'm going to put some more time into it. P-Man?
No, I said it last week with Company of Heroes 2. It's like, it didn't exactly disappoint me. When it came to real-time strategy games,
Real-time strategy. Show title!
I could see where the hook was, but I don't like this genre. I really don't. So I'm not going to put any more time into it. But if you like real-time strategy, and if you like Syndicate, and if you like those kinds of games, yeah, this is probably your bag, but not for me. No.
Satellite.
I think it really captures like cyberpunk as a genre. If you're gonna make a cyberpunk game, I would think that this sort of game actually.
Yeah, I guess you could say it's well done, but they did a good stab at it.
Yeah, I mean, like, there are a lot of lessons to be learned from this game. A lot of stuff that they did wrong. I really hope they make a sequel for this. I would really want to play the game made after. Okay, we fucked up Satellite Rain 1. Here we've identified all these problems and all these choke points. Here is this awesome game that now gives you like the full cyberpunk experience.
So Satellite NATO.
Satellite NATO. Turbo Cox Satellite Nabo 9000. There you go.
Put a bow on it.
Yeah, okay, so up next, we're doing some hate mail. Got some people who have a crush on Pedro, some people who have a crush on Jesus. Ooh.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's the hate mail. Yep, another week, another batch of hate mail.
Pedro's
If you don't
very
know how to
though,
get in touch with us, shame on
so
you. At this point, you
confused.
probably should. Linux Gamecast, contact button, fill the form. That's it. Unless, of course, you're trying to promote your game, at which point, send us keys, send us a build, anything. Otherwise, we will just make fun of you. Alright, so this week we actually have some proper hate mail. Go figure. But this is not it. This no. This is it. This is
Jesus
actually the one.
Christ. I'm just going to read this since you're so incoherent. Just right, this is about, we were talking about, what was it, Pillars of Eternity?
Yeah,
Yes.
and that PC World article.
Did the game company send us keys for that?
Yeah,
No,
yes,
I
they
backed
did.
them on Kickstarter, and you bought 2 copies.
All right, good. That makes me feel better. So, Kukas writes, Jesus Christ. Just write an article next time. So I have to bounce around a video. Let's do a bunch of white assholes cry till I get a point of mystery. I want to find out you cherry pick info. Here's the actual article, Obsidian crap. 14.
And then he links to gaming on Linux, which is always good.
And
Yes.
I hate Obsidian as much as Nesca played Corridor 2, but for fuck's sake, ... If you're going to be condescending jerks on video, like we're doing right now, go the extra mile and get it right, because anything else makes you look stupid like you. I'm 14. Man, my brain's not fully developed, and I think If I say mean words on the internet, you'll feel them. We're adults, Brad, but go ahead, P-Man.
Yeah, here's the thing. I specifically posted a link to the Pillars of Eternity forums in the show notes for that very episode, where everyone was sucking Obsidian's dick. And the guy who made those
Don't be
remarks-
sexist. Let's just say sucking Obsidian's genitalia.
Sucking Obsidian's genitals, as it were. And the guy who made those remarks on the PC Gamer article that we mentioned was backtracking on what he had said. If you didn't see that, that's your fault, Brad. But the about the cherry picking thing, you linked to an article that only mentions that very same forum post. And this, I get the feeling that I keep asking this question, but why are you assuming that what we, Linux Gamecast, say should in any way reflect on you or anyone else in the Linux community? What we say supposedly only reflects on us or on insecure little shits who go on the internet projecting their insecurities on whomever comes a little too close to home.
No, you don't have a fucking word in this. Yeah, you do. You don't have anything in the fucking show notes. So
Says the guy who interrupts every show, despite, or every article, despite the fact not having words in it. Go on.
Yes, we're talking about you, but let me talk. We do need to have a conversation about what community is. Community is not everyone being in lockstep, single-mindedness with each other. Those were called Nazis. Not exactly a good idea.
Oh, Godwin's law.
No, I've already inducted it. You don't want that. I mean, a community is different people with different takes and different thoughts and different ideas. That's what makes community. That's what makes a community grow. It makes it original. You need people, I mean, it's like, oh, you know, you look at something like Linux Action Show. Okay, it's like, it's a little too goofy for me, but you got people who's like, okay, that I like that interaction and all that, and good, they're learning about Linux, they're doing that. Then you got people who's like, I'm listening to fucking some Slayer. Wait, people can listen to Slayer and not be politically correct and still run? There's a community for me, and it's like, hey, welcome to Cocaine Voltron, motherfucker. That's where we are, and we're still building the same damn community. But we're gonna get to my point. First off, I'm sorry about your ADD. Okay, they have medication for that. I don't suggest it.
This is great.
Do a line or two or something like that. Second, we reference the actual news source, not blog spam. Okay,
this is why I love these guys.
For that. Third, and I fucking quote what I said. I'm not saying don't hate on pillars. Just keep in mind, this is from a site that tends to only report negative Linux news. Now, as P9 said, did they go back and do damage control after the shitstorm? Yes, they did, Brad. Who wouldn't? But, yeah, don't fucking talk to me about cherry picking.
And just as a final point, if you're complaining about us talking about news on a podcast, you might be in the wrong audience for the type of content you want to ingest. Just saying. But up next, is from not from Fresco, Frezzo, and he's talking about.
I was going to say Fresco.
Court 5. Yeah, I was going to say Fresco too. I caught that. Seems like the people behind one Kickstarter campaign got sued and lost due to not delivering. This means they seem to fail to deliver at all. But what's your thoughts on this? Does this mean we could begin to hold people accountable for promising Linux versions and then fail to deliver them? Gives a couple links to the issue in question, and then you have some stuff you want to talk about, don't you?
Yeah, there's a couple things, especially with Kickstarter. You know, I've heard a lot of people fail to realize that Kickstarter is not a store. It's not.
No.
Everything you back is a mothering gamble. Period.
It is.
I mean, you're investing in a dream.
I agree wholeheartedly.
Insert Cocaine Voltron. That is like the whole thing. The modus operandi for most software developers is to promise a Linux copy. You know, they're going to get to it. Now, we've actually gotten past the point of them doing it as stretch goals. They were like, oh shit, they hate us for that. And you're like, yeah, we do. Fuck you, Brad. But what they do is, you know, it's like, oh, we're going to give you Linux support, but we never got around to it, so they'll offer you refunds, you know, to the community And she's like, yeah, we never got around to it, but you can get your refund back. And that's kind of a bit fucked, because you're essentially giving them a long-term interest-free loan.
Yeah, and in a way, this is good. The fact that this went to court and they lost, it sets a precedent for this kind of behavior and its repercussions. But that's the entirety of products not being delivered. Linux ports of games are just a part of the final product. If people say start brandishing the Steam hardware survey stats as an excuse not to deliver the Linux versions, like Electronic fucking Arts did, the most we can hope for is, like Ven said, we're giving them money and then they refund it, and it's basically an interest-free loan.
And to speak to Pedro's point about the user base, and basically saying, well, we've served 98 point whatever percent of our user base with our product, really not delivering to whatever percent isn't grounds for some sort of class action lawsuit. It comes back to what's the long-term solution to this, and that is we need to have Steam hardware in the wild so that those numbers can grow, so that we can actually start making a case saying, hey man, you promised Linux support and did not deliver. Now, instead of 1% not getting their product, 20%, maybe 30% are not getting their product, and now there's grounds for some sort of legal repercussions. Who knows? Yep. But up next, finally, the actual hate from the hate mail.
Oh man, my good buddy Chad.
Chad,
Mr.
Isn't he a Patreon?
Yes, sir.
Yes, he's one of those fine folks who gives us lots of money every month.
To say, because earlier this week on Google Plus, I posted a little bit about if I was to upgrade to a Skylake processor, I would need around 700-ish euros. And I asked, anyone want to fund that, please? Okay, no, all right, fuck balls. But Mr. Longstaff himself actually replied and said, I'll give you $3.50 for every week you take off from the show. At which point I replied, okay, I've pissed off a lot of people over the years. What was it that did it for you? And he said, it's not hate. It's just you're giggling and Frank Spencer-esque humming every time you amuse yourself. Just great. To be fair, you're quite amusing in media where those don't come across.
Chat. Calm down, man. We get it. You have a crush on our Portuguese chick.
Well, talk to us later. Send us a mail on Patreon. We'll send you a clip. You can do whatever you want with that.
I don't know.
Yeah, baby.
At some point, maybe I'll do an episode where I don't giggle as much, although I'd have to be not very...
I've gotten over that habit anyway. It's very apparent when he's doing playthroughs.
Actually, we still have a couple with like that electrode at the base of their spine, so that every time we giggle, we can press a button and he gets a shock.
Okay.
Well, that wouldn't work because I would still be giggling at that point.
I mean, long as you can deal with the erection, I mean, it's pretty neat.
That's a stretch.
And on that bombshell, let's cue the music, because you can always find us around 9:30 Eastern Standard Moon Time. Check your clocks, put it in your face organ, go to the Googles, time in Athens, Georgia. It will be available. You can always find me cleverly disguised on the Twitter nuts at Vinstone, plus Vinstone on the G pluses.
I'm Jordan Svung. You can find me pinching my nipples at Twitter, at The Burning Fool, or doing other stuff on Google Plus at plus Jordan Svung.
Seriously, I'm pretty drunk. You can find me at an account of 4 on Twitter or plus Pedro Mateos on Google Plus.
So you're sober, Pedro.
Yeah, I mean, basically, we just need to remind Pedro that's like the past 4 episodes he's done, right?
I know, right? It's almost as if it's fun watching him incoherently ramble under the duress of alcohol. Who knows?
Yeah,
the last episode I was pretty
love re-editing the shows and cutting out the rooms.
I like how you plug in Bryan Cranston dialogue from Breaking Bad whenever Pedro talks too. It's good stuff.
I only do that, when I'm feeling a bit salty. I mean, it does add to the flavor.
I mean, it makes what Pedro's... It gives gravitas to stuff coming out of Pedro's mouth, which instead of the usual Clarkson-esque bullshit. 5 dudes.
Let's do another one. It's like a fucking marathon, I swear.
Welcome back to another Linux Gamecast Weekly, the show that covers the latest Linux gaming news, reviews, how-tos, and most importantly, whatever the hell else we come up with. This week, Crow Team achieves smoother frame rates via VDPAU and LSD, and we show you a handy tool for getting Instaband on the Steam. And voice actors rise up and spin it round their head like a helicopter.
Alien isolation is confirmed! Again! Woo! Vulcan is totally in the losing
Again.
camp, which is why NVIDIA, Intel, and everyone else is on board with it. And Kickstarter turns over a new leaf. It's the same amount of green on either side.
Summer is live, and I'm scared it's going to be amnesia level short. AMD loses one more person. This time it was the CPU guy. And Stunt Rally gets a new version release, and the physics still make you question your life decisions.
And Vince Stone here switching the bits in Athens, joined every week by our team, Canadian podcaster with a new background. Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wow,
It's
yeah.
terrifying.
Look at my...
Mesmerizing.
I have nowhere else to put it shelf.
Look at all
Brilliant.
those hard drives. Giggity. And from Space Portugal,
Hi.
Pedro Mateus, joined every week with Chat Realm Dynamic doing this business live. Because together, we form a bit of a cocaine Voltron. Before we get started, we'd like to see what's going on in each other's life organs. I'll start I was running the latest Googs Android on the Nexus 10. It was just sluggish as balls. Fine, whatever, clockwork, boom. Went back to the CMod Nightlies. It's like a brand new device. Love it. Unfortunately, that means
That's sad.
3 months from now, I'll download a Nightly like I did last time. That completely eradicates everything and forces me to go back to stock Android. What's up, J-Man?
Oh, yeah, no, I had to move the desk 90 degrees, as Ben mentioned earlier. So now you get a full view of what the hell is on my bookshelf. It's mostly crap and books. And, yeah, no, roommate got a Wii U, so we've been playing a lot of Mario Maker. Some of those levels, man, they're fucking sadistic. Just evil, evil people.
And around these parts, I've not been doing a whole lot. It's basically work, get home, play some Neverwinter Nights, because I managed to get the native Linux version working on Corona 21. So I've been playing through the original campaign. It's surprising how it still holds up. The graphics look like ours, yes, but it's pretty good.
Well, one thing that's always going to hold up is the horse, which we need to visit like we do every week.
Actually, the horse has been trying to bribe some people. It's kind of not cool. We're going to talk about that a little bit in our Steam.
And R5 Bad Vibes. This is from R5. Turns out
Damn, this is
that,
nearly
you know,
finished. What the fuck,
HTC
man?
kind of walked up in, R5 and then like, yo, check this out. We're going to give you free stuff. You make us some mods and we're going to kind of control the content. And the genuinely shocking thing about this, out of all the moderators, only one mod went, wait a minute, we're not doing this. This is not how it works. And this is such a common problem on Reddit with companies doing that. You wonder why, I posted a negative thing about this company and the post got deleted. Oh, no. It's usually, something along those lines. But, yeah, HTC just walked in and were like, boom, make us mods. And one guy, we want to give him credit, who was
500,
500, doing all that business, so that's all sorted out. I'm kind of with you, J-Man. It's kind of sketchy of them, huh?
It's super sketchy, but I mean, at this point, are we really surprised? Lots of big companies basically go into these small forums, and they'll astroturf the place. They'll have their hired people register for accounts and try to steer the conversation in the favor of whatever product they happen to be shilling at the time. But it makes sense that they'd want their fancy new high-risk hardware venture to have some sort of positive community moving towards it. But this is the wrong way to do it. You engage with the community, you show them that you're good dudes, you listen to their concerns, and then you apply it to the product. This is just, I mean, it's bribery. It's straight up bribery. And good on the guy who runs R5 for actually just nuking everything, firing all the mods in question, and banning HTC. Mind you, though, mind you, I was thinking about this earlier this week. We need to make Radeon Roy a mod on Chatroom Static because he's offering us like 4 R9 nanos each.
Wait, and so if we like stack all 4 R9 nanos up, it'll match performance of what, like a 960 maybe?
Linux?
I
Yeah.
don't think
Yeah, I'm
I
probably
don't
being a
even
little
think your computer
optimistic.
will power on at that point.
P-Man, do you got any thoughts on this nastiness?
I thought it was interesting that he also posted screenshots of the entire mod mail that was going on, and everyone was like, oh, 500 still hasn't replied to this, but he should be okay with it. And then he finally comes back and he's like, nope, everyone's bad. Bye.
It's good stuff. But you know, the king is dead. Long live the king. I am the king. No, this is a article from WCCFtech.com. The links to all this stuff is in our show notes. And it is an article with some questionable content in here. He is saying that the future for Vulkan looks kind of hazy, given that DirectX 12 is coming into a lot of prominence lately in the news. And of course he goes on, he says, well, because there are DirectX 12 games in the works now, this is going to be the dominant 3D language. And he goes and he references Dave Ginsburg's speech. I think he was giving a presentation at SIGGRAPH about how Vulkan is the future. Because it's almost as if you have a bunch of companies working together on a standard 3D graphics language implementation that everyone can use, that works on like iOS, Windows, Linux, Mac, and Android. You know, people are going to want to use that aside from instead of vendor lock-in.
I don't know. When I was reading this, definitely one of the things I kind of wish when I got down to the bottom of this article, it said sponsored by Microsoft. That would have generally made me feel a little better. That way I could call Mr. Paul Lumbo a shill instead of a clueless MSDX12 fanboy like he is. Because you get popular indie titles like Rocket League, Soma, Axiom Verge. They're all going to the PS4 because of that wacky cross-platform library called OpenGL. It works on mobile, tablets, Linux, PS4, and Windows. Vulkan, and if you don't know what it is a horrible analogy, but we're doing it for time's sake. It's OpenGL on fuck mothering Heisenberg grade crystal blue. Like it or dislike it, it's the future. I hate to break that to you. Yes, and I will concede that DX12 will bring a proper just gaming experience to Windows Phone. And I'm just with you. Because seriously, those phones sold about as well as the Xbox One. You know?
Yeah, there was a bit in the article that he says, right now, the only game officially coming to Vulkan is Dota 2 Reborn, which is already out. While there are many more DirectX 12 games already scheduled. There is already one game out that basically has Vulkan support.
Well, they released that, what was it, Fable DX12 demo, but they didn't...
Yeah.
Demo! Key point there.
Yes.
Demo! There is not a single one finished game currently out that supports DirectX 12. What the fuck is his point?
And there's this wonderful thing. It's kind of a big deal in software development. It is called code reusability, where I don't have to rewrite my renderer for every single platform. You think maybe that's an important thing that developers want on their side, but you know, vendor lock-in, it's all good.
Nah, man, that's
it's time
crazy.
to tune in. It's time to watch the boob tube.
Click! All right. Hashtag Conan. Turner sets to unveil televised esports league featuring CS:GO and
What?
why?
What?
Non-stop action intercut with commercials every 3 minutes.
Yeah, what the fuck, man?
Thrilling stuff.
So buy
I'm
the
not sure
the
that the people
fucking
who play the
game
CS:GOs tend to,
copy.
pay for the cables and watch all that business. And really, the only thing I can think of is like maybe if they just stream this gratis online, it might work. But then I was thinking about it a bit more. And I was thinking, Sports Ball works very well for stuff like this because you have different innings and like that, and quarters, and throws a flag or something like that, and you want to take a break. You can't stop in the middle of a CS:GO. Peanut, could I stop and like go to commercial like in the middle of a match?
There is
that's true.
the competitive matches in CS:GO have like a halfway point. You finish 15 rounds, and then it starts another.
How long does 15 rounds take?
It depends. It really depends
Yeah,
on
what
the
the
map.
fuck?
on the
If,
skill of
if you're
players,
gonna ballpark it on an average, like 20 minutes, 30
Like-
minutes, an hour, or what?
like 25 minutes ish to up to 45 minutes for each
Cool,
of
so-
the halves.
So one commercial every half hour.
Yeah,
That's
see,
not gonna fly on broadcast
Let's do
television.
that
No one's
Yeah,
gonna
WWE
do
wrestling.
that.
It's just like,
But
okay,
I was
commercials are
reading the
rolling now.
article, and it
Oh, so
says
the audience
the
who
rich
are there
history of the
physically,
game.
they're gonna have to wait.
It's Counter-Strike. There's terrorists and there's the other guys. They shoot at each other.
Someone
That's
sets us
it.
up the bomb.
Basically.
I don't know. I just kind of see this being kind of dead in the water. No, I mean...
Well, there was that Dota 2 showing up on
ESPN,
ESPN, too.
right.
Yeah.
Well, the only thing I really
the
enjoyed
Ocho?
about that was everyone sitting waiting for their sports ball going, damn video. And I'm like, guys, okay, you're sitting and watching other people play games as opposed to watching other people play games. That's what ESPN is, so
Yep.
sorry. Up next!
Up next, Alien Isolation.
So isolated.
Confirmed.
YOLO.
Yeah, again. It's not like last week where we had to scrub that from the internet. No, it's for real this time. No, it's coming out on September 29th, which is a couple days. What, like?
Look at the price
Yeah,
on Brad, man.
Yeah, 4 days away, and it's a AAA game though. That's
It's a
that is
year-old
the,
AAA game.
it's a year-old AAA game, but I mean this is the price you're paying. It's fully voice acted. There's actually not a lot of voice acting in there, just because you're running around staying silent most of the time. But yeah, no, it's finally coming to Linux. Fine folks at Feral are porting it, and Ben, you had some issues with the system requirements, didn't you?
Well, no, I mean, I was just kind of looking at it, and
Oh, actually, it was Pedro. who
yeah,
issued this.
the recommended is an Intel i7 64-bit 3.0 gigajoule CPU. So Strider's going to be happy. Us over here in AMD land, I was like, "Ooh, bother." I was kind of hoping maybe J-Man's got things like, "Well, they bought all those AMD CPUs," and I was like, "Hopefully."
This is 4 hours.
But if it does suffer some type of performance, because it's a Sega
Can't
title,
stop.
I hope it runs Shadow of the Corridor bad, which was playable because it still maintained 30 FERPs, versus
Stop.
Company Heroes 2 bad, which was just genuinely unplayable.
20 FERPs, 18 FERPs,
Right.
10 FERPs. But and you know what game needs to come back? I played the shit out of that in high school. Was Alien versus Predator, where you could play like the Marines, the aliens, or the Predators. That was a fun game.
Michael Jackson
Where'd that-
versus E.T.
Yeah, I
used
saw
to
your
play
little picture
a
in the show
lot
notes.
of
There. It's
Alien,
cute. I like it.
an Alien versus Predator,
Predator?
Alien versus Predator multiplayer. I
Is
was
that-
like one of the
Wait,
assholes.
Is the Predator kind of like the regular Predator with the list?
Yes,
no,
it's
the
wearing a plaid
Predator
shirt.
is the predators
Wearing-
that come to China to hunt people. Oh, that's just so racist. One thing to note though, they are saying that AMD cards are not going to be supported from the get-go. It's the same sort of, hey, we're only supporting Intel. It'll run on AMD cards. We won't tell you how well. But Pedro is just like wetting his pants constantly, isn't he?
Yes, I am. I like me some frictional horror. Ever since Penumbra Overture came out, and that, I think it was the very first Humble Indie bundle.
It was.
I was absolutely in love with their style of horror. And then they released Amnesia: The Dark Descent, and it was balls to the walls amazing.
Don't try to run
But
this
it
on
was-
a distribution from 2013, though.
Yeah, but it was very, very short. And now we get Soma, day one, simultaneous release between
You get it?
Windows, Mac, and Linux. So that's kind of awesome.
do that.
Good on Frictional. They keep supporting Linux, and I personally would very much, for every single person out there, to actually give them money. Whether or not you like
Face.
horror, let them know we like their work. And
Shit.
the only thing that's kind of throwing me off with this game is that Amnesia, like I said, was very, very short. And even though this one was a 21 gigabyte download, it is shaping up to sort of be kind of short too.
I don't know. I kind of got it in the show notes with J-Man, and I was like, I don't know if I want to play the same game a seventh time.
Yeah, but I mean, you can make that argument for any number of game genres, like Madden, first-person shooters, like Unity point and click adventures, all that stuff. It's all real. It's like AC/DC. It's the same shit again and again and again and again and again. I don't know. I personally I find the style of survival more interesting from like a theoretical perspective, but when in practice it tends to fall flat. Because I like the idea of emphasizing your helplessness through the mechanics, where you can't actually fight the guy. Except I think Alien Isolation does this incredibly well. You can scare away the aliens. You cannot like straight up try to take them on. And that's a better way of emphasizing your helplessness, because it allows you to escape by the skin of your teeth, aside from getting killed to death. Mind you, facehuggers and Alien Isolation.
I mean, unless you're completely new to anything that Frictional makes, you notice the second you take a step out, there's something out there getting ready to skull fuck you. So you just
pretty much, and you have no recourse. It makes you feel a little better when, at least in like
actually,
guns on the walls you can pick up.
They have a stun gun.
In this game, you do have some recourse, because the first time you get killed, you get brought back to life of sorts. You're kind of knocked out and you wake up, but then you walk around really slowly and you have to find one of those healing pods. That's the buffer, I suppose.
I don't know. Kudos to Frictional. They sent us keys for that. We'll be taking a look at it in the future. All right.
But speaking of underwater, how about some sailboats?
It's all about principle, man. The Talos Principle update. This rolls off the tongue. 24.6.379 public beta. The only thing in this that I really noticed was on Linux, VDPAU can now be used for displaying frames. It's used to achieve smoother frame rate because it allows precise tracking and scheduling of frame times. You can kind of throw this in the console, and when you do, there's a small graphical glitch.
There you go.
That I've noticed.
Small.
And, yeah, it kind of goes to that, and I gotta give Strider made me laugh out loud because we were in chat room static, and I posted that. He was like, "It's a sailboat." I was like, "Well played, sir. Well played."
Yeah, all we need is like Ethan Supley coming out and freaking the fuck out.
I was a little disappointed because I wanted to do like a benchmark comparison to see if VDPAU and all that. Talk to the developers. Developers are like, I love Croteam because I mean this is a public beta, and they're like, "You tried that? Did it work?" Question mark. And I was like, "No." Then they're like, "Okay, well, we'll try to fix it for the next release, man. We'll keep you informed." I was like, "Okay, well, we'll get around to that."
Croteam's always been a bunch of cool guys. I like them. But Highlanders. Remember,
stuff.
back to the planet.
Lots and lots of free stuff. Yeah, the guys at Hammermon Games, they released Victor Fran a while back, and now they've just been pumping out DLC, but contrary to most other game companies, it's free DLC. Yep. This one introduces the Highlander outfit. You have to do the teeny tiny bit of hoop jumping in order to unlock it, but it's easy enough to do.
Double check, triple
check. It's more free DLC, more content that you don't have to pay for. I'm okay with that.
What was I trying to do?
I'm not going to complain as long as they keep pumping out free stuff. And I mean, like, I don't know why they're doing that. I guess it's just made available in case people are interested.
Well, it can always be kind of different because every clothing device you have has different
powers.
So that'd be interesting. I didn't get a chance to play with it too much this week.
Let me see if I'm just
this one's actually interesting though, because it lowers your special attack cooldowns. So that might be handy if you rely on those if you're playing like a shotgun wielder or something like that. But it's time to get mighty again.
Well, let's talk about things that aren't quite Mighty Number 9 gets a new release date. Over 2 years since the project died, and this is the same guys who didn't release this on time, nowhere near, and they tried another Kickstarter, and everybody went, "Nope, we're not backing that, son." It will be coming to consoles and PC on February 2016, North America, and what in North America and ow, am I reading this right?
In North America and 2016 in North America, and February 12th worldwide.
February 12th. Okay, so if you don't know about this, this is the Mega Man, the guy who created Mega Man, right?
Yeah. It's,
Keiji Inafune.
He left Capcom, and now he's making a new game in Unity.
Here's some previews, though.
3 years later.
Earlier this week, before they kind of went, oh shit, because they did kind of have a little shitstorm earlier this week. Well, that was last week. Let me take that back. They were supposed to come out with a demo on the Steams, and they said, okay. And I didn't know about this, and I was reading up on it because I just wasn't going to back this project until it was out because we can't let it support maybe. But the demo, okay, it's supposed to come out, and they said, no, we're not going to release that. But they didn't say that anywhere except on a non-related post on their fucking actual web zone. They didn't put it on the Steams or on the Kickstarters. And they finally went, after somebody discovered that, they were like, oh shit, and they went back and tried to fix that. And for this demo, they were only going to let you play it for 1 month. It's like, are you high? What? Yes, I know. But then after all this, they said, okay, we're going to make it DRM free, and now they're working with Humble to distribute the game and all that, which will probably result in just Steam keys. So, yeah. My sketchy meter is like... We'll see.
According to Strider on Chatroom Dynamic, apparently it's being ported, the Linux version is being ported by the same guy that did Soma, aka the same guy that did Shadow Warrior. Yeah.
I'm not going to talk about too much about the quality of the Linux.
To buy that on PS4?
Hey, I got a PS4.
I'm well aware.
The PS quadruples.
Oh yeah, I keep telling Don that. My bad, I forgot. I just like to mess with him about it.
The PS quadruples?
I know, I think it's funny. Maybe I'm just a big bully.
Well, we already established that you're an asshole. You stole that fucking dead guy's beer.
Well, if it makes you feel better, I actually did take E-juice in the mouth. It wasn't another guy, it was actually me.
Way to go, Fallout.
I thought it'd sound better if it was like a prank or something, but everyone just thinks I'm an asshole.
Yeah, well... That's how it works.
Well, it's hard to make interesting stories when nothing interesting happens to you.
Well, you should stop stealing beer from fucking dead homeless people then.
They weren't dead.
You don't fucking know that.
He seemed to be breathing.
Seemed.
Oh.
I swear to God, if that's fucking rude booty.
Oh, it's fucking rude booty.
So chicken?
What?
Djibouti.
Holy.
What about chickens?
You making some chicken?
I already made the chicken and ate chicken.
What?
Getting all chicken ranks?
Oh man. Now it's time to get drunk at 2 in the morning. Everything's good in my life.
So.
Yeah!
My life is suppressed. Oh god.
Miller.
270 minutes, so is that like more than
Indeed.
4 hours? Have I been drawing for 4 hours?
Mouth.
Fuck, I've been
Miller,
drawing for 4
fuck me
hours.
with your arm nub.
Yeah.
Rocket the punch!
Oh no.
Look at the budget.
I need more gold crescents. Can you just steal them from FOBs?
Crescents.
Miller, fuck me with your gold crescents.
With your stump. Well, we got no tranks, so I guess everybody's getting shot in the head.
Shit.
So,
Shit, nigga.
who is streaming?
Good joke.
Who's streaming?
Who's streaming?
I had these grand plans
Good.
to play Kingsfield 2.
Oh yeah? How'd those work out? How'd those plans happen?
Oh wait, I already have a... Yeah, actually, considering I already have a fucking PS1 emulator set up, that's... Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
down.
how about those grand plans to play Final Fantasy Tactics, that game you were gonna stream, and said you were gonna stream yesterday and then didn't?
Boss, come on now. Come on, guy.
Yeah?
The Infinity Bandana. Oh, finally.
Oh,
Spoilers.
no.
You barely got that?
Nah, I've been saving up my GMP. I didn't have enough.
What? You just sell your resources.
That's what I'm doing.
What?
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 Where's my horse?
Kill yourself.
Metal horse.
Why, Lamasa?
Otacon.
Otacon.
Let me fuck your 18-year-old sister, Otacon.
Hey, Otacon. Want to spit roast your sister?
Well, I don't know, Snake.
Look out, Snake. He's got a gun.
Will it be like one of my Japanese animes?
Why is Otacon Scooby-Doo, Yalen?
Like Zoink Scoobs.
Like Zoink Snake?
I want Metal Gear Solid drawn in the Scooby-Doo art style. Someone get on it. Thanks.
Oh god. You're running around Big Shell and like everybody's running in and out of different doors and shit.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, Scoob. I'm telling the truth.
Like
I want someone chasing you.
I want Snake as Shaggy deploying out of the helicopter with D-Dog as Scooby-Doo with the Mystery Machine.
Oh god.
Is that a mod yet? Why is it not a mod yet?
Because people are dumb and not as great as me, apparently.
This is Freddy arriving shortly at LZ.
Oh no.
Quiet could be Velma or something, just not talking. It'd be great.
Love it.
Wouldn't be Velma.
Love it.
It'd be the other one. It would be the other one.
Daphne's too loud, let's be honest.
Well, you shut her up.
Yeah, fuck her up.
Yeah,
Oh,
fuck her right in the ass.
Yeah.
It's like one of those YouTube who's like, shut up, bitch. Just punch Daphne several times.
Yeah. Fuck her up.
I'm surprised they're actually.
Tell her she's a dirty whore. Oh yeah.
Surprised there actually isn't any like crossover images.
Yeah, that seems like a really...
I did find this though.
Seems like a relatively obvious one for someone to do fan art of.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty good. I really like everything about that picture.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Something about that's
picture.
really off-putting.
You mean everything about that?
Yeah, most of the stuff about it.
Something about that. Well, most about that.
Yeah.
All of it.
Like
What
90
exactly?
90 to 95% of that image is off-putting.
What am I looking at exactly?
Yeah.
Oh.
Wait, is that the Scooby-Doo movie game thing? I think it is.
God.
Like, when Scooby-Doo had, like, these fucking shitty TV movies, they made a game of it, and that was it.
Look, I know you're not talking shit about that first Scooby-Doo movie when they're in the desert with aliens.
Oh, no. That one's really good, actually.
Yeah.
I like
it
the one with
is.
the zombies, too. That one was pretty cool, too.
I don't remember
Which
the
one was
zombie.
alright?
Watch it
You're
many
talking
times
about
as a
live
kid,
action ones
so,
because
yeah.
none
Zombies
of those
were
are good.
No,
the
the live
first
action
one.
ones are the fucking worst. Is that the first
Yeah.
one? The earliest one I remember is the alien one, so I just
Yeah, the
assumed it
first
was
one-
the first.
First one is the zombie one. I think the
Which is
alien
the
one.
one with the...
What about the John Cena movie?
Yeah.
That's
There is a
animated.
John Cena movie with Scooby-Doo.
Yeah, there is. It's great.
Oh,
His
yeah.
name is John Cena.
Scooby-Doo! Oh, wait.
John
John-
Doe.
Does your one have a jackalope in it or something?
Shaggy Cena!
The alien one has a jackalope in it.
Somebody's
Yeah.
streaming? Okay, nobody's streaming.
Nobody's streaming. What are you streaming?
Because I learned what a jackalope was from
I'm
that
streaming
movie.
on my
Same
end.
here.
I
I didn't
feel
know
like
what
that
the
must
hell
have
that
been
was.
the second or third one, but I don't pay any attention to this shit.
Maybe.
The third one
Like I
was
said,
the witch
that's the
one.
earliest I remember.
And
Witch.
it should be after the witch one then.
The zombie one sounds very vaguely familiar.
It's
But
really
I
good.
can't
You should
remember.
watch it.
I
Yeah,
can't
it was-
remember anything about it, but I feel
just
like I may have.
remember the whole twist was that it was actually zombies.
Oh man,
Yeah.
weird. Wasn't that the
That's
twist
not-
in the Alien movie?
I think it was also
Uh,
the twitch in the witch one.
Yeah, they were
Probably.
all real.
Maybe that's just the movie
it was
thing.
so
Yeah.
weird, right?
All the movies, it was actually real.
Because like
Whoa.
most of the episodes are not.
All of
You
the
have a
episodes,
twist
it's
like
just
that.
a trick.
Yeah. Well, I'm not gonna make the statement of all, I haven't
Well,
seen
all
every
the-
Scooby-Doo
I
episode.
feel like all of the classic ones were just like, oh, it's old Farmer John.
Well, yeah,
Wait,
I mean,
this shit's real? Oh!
everyone that I remember did not
There
have some
for those
weird twist.
meddling kids.
It was just
And I
some.
would've
It was
taken
just
it
like
over
the
the
first
air if it
character
wasn't
they
for
meet
the
every time.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, it's time for Drinksfield.
Yes. Only if only
Thanks,
if
I love
could
Final
fucking
Fantasy
watch
Tactics. Fuck you, Rude.
Drinksfield.
Final Field.
Please,
Fine,
please
I'm
don't
not
say
even gonna
things
watch.
like that. What?
I'm just gonna play fucking
You
Bloodborne.
take that, dude. This is Bloodborne
No,
for the PS.
there's no tentacle magic in that game. I'm casting
Yes,
tentacle
there
magic
is.
right now.
I'm gonna get
Oh,
typical
yeah.
mage on all day, baby.
I got tentacle magic and star explosion magic and bell magic.
No.
Bell
PS
magic.
triple?
There's one of the
PSP.
items in this game that is magic. It's the healing magic essentially is a bell.
So you just use it yourself back to health.
Pretty much. Like the multiplayer items are bells too. Like the invasion item and the summoning and the place down your summon sign item are bells because they're like bells that are supposed to resonate across worlds. And the bell magic heals summoned people too, so it's a healing bell that resonates across worlds.
I think I like that concept better than just writing in chalk.
I like that concept better than the flow of time is distorted, which
Yeah,
doesn't make
everything's
any
just
sense,
fucked.
and I don't know why they did that.
Time is fucked.
But the
Yeah.
flow of time is distorted. The guy you're talking to is actually you.
Like, it doesn't really make any more or less sense than a bell that resonates across worlds, but that sounds more just like flatline acceptable than, I don't know, time's fucked.
Yeah.
Like, if
Well-
you said, like, hey, this bell resonates across worlds, you can summon people from other worlds with it. Like, yeah, okay, I'll take that in a video game where I shoot
And
tentacles out of
especially
my
if I'm
hand.
thinking like Cthulhu, the video game. That
Yeah.
seems like it would make sense. You're just ringing bells to cross dimensions.
Like, hey man, I just like slapped my hands together in a star explosion, shot magic out of a giant ball. Like, I'm good for summoning across world with a bell.
Yeah.
But the flow of time is distorted and everything's fucked, so whatever goes just kind of always sounds dumb.
Yeah.
Especially because that game has not necessarily a clear, but if you try to piece it together, a kind of like a timeline that is fairly obvious if you look at least some of the major events, what happens after what is fairly obvious in terms of a linear progression. So time is fucked doesn't really work if you're going to put a linear progression of time in your video game.
Yeah, but it's a linear progression of time
I
for
love
multiple
time
people.
It's a linear progression of time, but it's fucked.
Well, you see, when you look at multiple universes,
It's a linear progression of time in a circle. Think about it.
well, see, if you just played Bioshock Infinite, you would understand this.
Okay. Bioshock Infinite actually takes place in the same universe as Dark Souls.
Oh no.
Little known fact.
It's
That's
time.
pretty sad.
Booker's actually from Lordran.
Or maybe Booker's the hunter from Bloodborne.
Well, obviously
No.
Bloodborne takes place in the same universe, except it doesn't at all. The only argument that I've kind of seen that makes any sense is that Bloodborne takes place in the same universe as Demon Souls, which I could maybe see.
Yeah, they're both.
Oh, man. I forgot
Yeah.
how bad the control. Ooh, this game runs really nice at 60 frames a second.
Although,
It's
obviously,
almost like
at
most
a
games
different point in time than Demon Souls, but
Oh,
literally at
man.
the same time.
yep. Time's fucked, oh no!
Yeah.
Hmm.
Could just be another
So
concept.
I see you're playing a really good game.
Here, playing some of that Drinksfield. Yeah, dude, check it. Like, we go over here. Look at this, man. Oh, we're gonna. Yeah,
It's
look at that fucking
first-person
octopus.
Dark Souls, guys.
Yeah.
Look at that octopus.
More like Dark
Look at that
Souls
guy.
is first
I
person.
got shit on onion
Person
son.
Kingsfield.
Oh my god. Freaking
I
piranhas.
will say, one thing
No.
about Bloodborne that's really good
I died already.
is that I like how the endings are all actually different instead of... I
Oh.
won't say them because I know you haven't played
Right.
the game, Abby.
Yeah.
but like the endings are actually have, I guess, varying amounts of content as opposed to just being you beat the whole game and then choose an ending at the end.
So is it like if you beat one route, you can go a little further than another or something?
Yes.
Ooh, I love that.
There's a boss, or you can end the game after a certain boss, or you can fight one extra boss, or you can fight 2 extra bosses to get 3 different endings.
Now, are those all different bosses in that case?
No, it's a linear progression.
Oh, okay. I'm still okay with that.
Yeah, so if you fight the 3, you fight all 3 of those bosses.
So it's basically just choosing when you want to give up.
Pretty much, yeah. Like, there's kind of an obvious
essence of those fights.
Yeah.
It's all about giving up.
Yeah.
There is a choice and then a secret ending, essentially. Like, you choose between 2 endings and then there's a secret one, more or less.
Alright.
But I like that better than you beat Gwyn, so so light the fire or walk out.
I love how so many people just teleported away because I had no idea what was happening.
Yeah. It never even occurred to me to walk out. Like, the first, 2 or 3 times I beat Dark Souls.
I don't even remember how I knew about that.
I think someone just, like, mentioned it offhand, and I was like, oh yeah, I guess I didn't think to do that. And, like, I went for the Dark Lord thing for, 2 of those endings, too. Like, I talked to Kath and did all that stuff, and, the other Frampt or whatever was like, oh, I guess you're shitty, and fucked off. So, I did all that to get the evil ending, and then I just lit the fire anyway. Kath was probably pissed.
So, in the controls in this game, to look up and down, you have to use, L2 and R2.
Yeah, these games control like garbage. Why are you playing it?
On the PS1 or something.
Yeah, it's a fun game. I'm playing. Oh my god. Oh my god! The piranha just fucking killed me. That piranha one-shotted me.
So what are you playing? Kingsfield 2?
Yeah.
It says Kingsfield.
Well, because
everyone.
American Kingsfield 1 was Kingsfield 2.
Pretty much, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, man, that guy fucked me up. Alright, I'll deal with that shit later.
Yeah, but
You could just
always...
play, What?
Yeah, it's always really shitty when you go through a game to try to give you moral choices and shit. It's just, choice at the end. Nothing matters.
Yeah. Even if there's a choice at the end that determines the ending, I want the moral choices to mean something during the game, at the very least. Like in BioShock. Which is a game that I don't think does moral choices super well, but at least there's some difference in between.
Yeah.
Like a gameplay change based on your moral choice.
I like that they actually made one choice just straight up better.
Yeah.
It kind of sucks that you have to be good, because being bad, you get no really reason to do that.
Yeah,
But,
I mean, once you know what the benefit for being good is, I mean, the benefit for bad is that you get the stuff faster, but overall you get more stuff for being good.
Right.
It's really not worth it to be bad, but it's like how in a lot of old BioWare games, being evil gets you more money, but money stops being useful, but being good gets you more EXP, which is always useful.
Right.
So being bad is rarely worth it.
Yeah. The only bad thing about BioShock was just the ending. It wasn't very good. If they had made the final boss not shit, it would have been an amazing game.
Yeah. I don't want to call it shit. I feel like it's underwhelming, but I feel like it's more underwhelming because of how good a game it is.
Right.
I feel like it's mediocre, but it's a mediocre ending to a really good game.
Right. And I guess you can only do so much with a game where all of the boss fights are basically just optional, and you can prepare for all of them.
Yeah, all the boss fights are optional. You can prepare for all of them, and they're pretty much just dudes.
Yeah.
Preparing for the fights are pretty fun though.
The plastic surgeon thing, the Big Daddy fights are really fun.
Yeah.
But the plastic surgeon guy is just a dude.
Yeah. The first time I played BioShock, I had no idea that the Big Daddies didn't aggro.
Yeah.
So I sat there, like, once I got Chameleon, I sat there for, like, hours, just sitting there trying not to get seen because I was afraid they would start attacking me.
Yeah. Yeah, Big Daddy fights are fun. Man, I
It
really
became
like
trivial
Bioshock.
when I found out that you could
Yeah.
just stick a whole bunch of proximity mines to an exploding can and then throw that at him.
No, what I did is I would just find a small hallway, I would put up a bunch of tripwires, and I'd put a
love
bunch
doing
of
that,
grenades, and then I'd just lure them towards me, and then they'd trip over themselves and die.
I did that for some of them, but I liked having just straight up fights with them. I always thought that was fun.
I tried that early on, and then I got fucked.
Yeah.
But oddly enough, like, I only ever had to use those Vita chambers once in my first playthrough.
Really?
Yeah. And I'm really happy about that, because once you learn that you can just keep going, it trivializes the game so much.
Yeah. I don't have much of a self-preservation instinct in that game. Like, I try not to die, but obviously not as hard as I do in other games.
Right.
That have an actual death penalty.
Right. When that's what the thing that just turned that off for. I really like that.
Yeah. Yeah, but then I end up playing it like Stalker, where I just quick save every 6 steps.
Yeah. Like, it doesn't really change anything, it's nice to have some risk.
Yeah. I got a real quick saving problem in Stalker. Like, I pretty much just walk around mashing quick save. I don't know why, but like, redoing any content in that game annoys me, even if it's like walk 5 steps.
Eventually you're gonna quick save yourself into a corner.
Where the fuck is it?